Chapter 96, Instructor Hong Shi. Chapter 96, Instructor Hong Shi. Does Senior Apprentice Brother happen to know what Senior Apprentice Brother Ling's martial intent is? Lin Ming didn't know anything about these strange cultivation states, so he asked now to gain a better understanding. I do not know much, I only know that Junior Apprentice Brother Ling's martial intent is named Ashura. I think it is related to concepts of death and slaughter. He can willfully enter this state of cultivation, that's why his strength grows so quickly. He is much stronger than the second-ranked Junior Apprentice Brother Ta Ku. However, his cultivation is actually inferior to Junior Apprentice Brother Ta Ku. Junior Apprentice Brother Ta Ku has already entered the bone forging stage, but Junior Apprentice Brother Ling is only at the peak altering muscle stage. So that's how it was. It seems there were many types of martial intents, and they varied from person to person. Lin Ming wondered how his ethereal martial intent compared to Ling Sen's Ashura. Would it be better or worse? As he returned to his residence, Lin Ming felt as if his body was as light as a swallow. The 3.5 hours of continuous high-strength cultivation hadn't left him with any feeling of exhaustion. Carrying the penetrating rainbow on his back also felt light, and didn't hinder any of Lin Ming's motions. During my 3.5 hours of training, I wasn't able to break through to the second level of the true primal chaos formula, but I felt I had touched the threshold. If I can enter the ethereal martial intent state again, then I should be able to make a complete breakthrough. When that time comes, my strength will experience a huge leap, and I probably won't be too far off from Ling Sen. Because I cultivate the chaotic virtues combat meridians, strength is my strong point, but strength does not represent the entirety of one's battle prowess. I wonder what Ling Sen's strong point is. Since Ling Sen can enter into the Ashura martial intent state at any time, I wonder when I too will be able to enter into the ethereal martial intent state when I want to. As Lin Ming's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds, Zhu Yang was similarly carrying out a hellish cultivation regimen. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the match he would have a month from now would be his life's most important battle. He absolutely could not lose. Zhu Yang held a long sword, and the sword light was like a bright spider web around him. In front of him, the golden soldiers formed from energy exploded one at a time as they came. From the 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, this array represented metal. This was the Golden Soldier Hall. In the 10,000 killing array and the exquisite pagoda, the enemies one faced in the trials were only illusions. Outside, one wouldn't actually be disturbed or even moved. But the 7 major killing were different, they were true killing arrays. All of the golden soldiers were real forms given shape by energy. In here, if one was not careful, they could be injured. The array itself had a limited conscious and ability to judge the situation in the array. If they judged then the situation in the array was too dire, then it would automatically cease attacking. But in the history of the trials, there have been those that were severely wounded, and even those who were killed by accident. Of course, those who died were in the minority. Therefore the Golden Soldier was not as effective in improving cultivation as Ling Sen's Ashura. Senior Apprentice Brother is just too fierce. He was at the 10th level of difficulty, but he also persisted inside for such a long time. It's already been 3/4 of an hour. The array doesn't have any sign that it's weakening, which proves that Senior Apprentice Brother Zhu hasn't yet been injured, nor is he having troubles with his true essence. This Lin Ming actually wants to defeat Senior Apprentice Brother Zhu in 1 month. I think it will be too difficult. Millimeter. This Lin Ming is truly a monstrous genius, but Senior Apprentice Brother Zhu isn't some vegetable to be pushed around. I think Senior Apprentice Brother Zhu will win. This is the 10th level of difficulty. As soon as I entered, I would be killed. Time passed day by day. The ruckus over the match between Lin Ming and Zhu Yang in 1 month did not only not cool down, but the mood and atmosphere was increasingly fierce. During this period, there were some interesting phenomena happening at the 7 Profound Martial House. The set of cultivation methods that Lin Ming had chosen at the 7 Profound Martial House Depository had suddenly become the hottest items around town. Underneath the foundation spear technique was written 4 names, and underneath the foundation movement technique was written 3 names. Because of Lin Ming's amazing performance, There were 4 junior disciples of the human hall that had decided to take up a spear as their own weapon. However, no one questioned the martial skill that Lin Ming had chosen, the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. This was because these new disciples had not seen Lin Ming use or practice the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. The body-tearing bone-shattering fist was itself above a high-grade earth-step martial skill. Even if it was complete, it would still be extremely difficult to practice, not to mention that it was currently missing 70% of its contents. If Lin Ming had truly managed to cultivate this martial skill, then monstrously evil genius would be inadequate to describe him. As the phenomena of some of the junior disciples choosing the foundation cultivation methods occurred, the depository elder could only nod at them with a forced smile. This stemmed from many junior disciples worshipping Lin Ming. As they said, love for a person extends even to the crows on his roof. These worshippers pursued Lin Ming's cultivation methods and had even chosen his weapon. However, Lin Ming was strong not because of these things, but because of himself. How many junior disciples would choose a spear, and how many would be able to display the true glory of a spear? Early in the morning, the air in the world was rich with a fresh breeze. Lin Ming grabbed the end of penetrating rainbow with one hand. His arms stretched out horizontally to his sides and he closed his eyes. He opened his mind to the mountains and trees, and became calm and free of feeling. He realized he could use neither high-level soul-gathering pellets nor true essence stones to help comprehend this ethereal martial intent state. As long as he was able to enter the ethereal state whenever he wanted, then that would be considered small success of Lin Ming's martial intent. In this silent and peaceful state, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment he had felt the presence of someone. Although he was in the relatively secure 7 Profound Martial House, Lin Ming still kept vigilance. After all, he had made too many enemies. Millimeter. Your alertness is good. A vigorous and deep voice came from nearby and resounded into Lin Ming's ear. A man carrying a spear and wearing red armor appeared like a ghost, and both his feet fell on Lin Ming's spear point. As soon as the man fell on the spear point, penetrating rainbow curved downwards a bit. However, Lin Ming still held the spear end steady. Good arm strength. The person exclaimed. Instructor Hong? Lin Minute asked with a hint of surprise. The man who fell on his spear point was his Earth Hall instructor, Hong Shi. You really gave me good face during the 10,000 killing array. Rank 62 and you challenged Zhu Yang. You really are bold. Lin Ming said, thank you Instructor Hong for the praise. But as for Zhu Yang, I'm not fully confident I can win against him. Millimeter. This Zhu Yang is not a simple character. When he had entered the 7 Profound Martial House, his display of ability was just like Wang Yangfeng. Although he is far inferior to your monstrous talent, he has still been in school longer than you by 2.5 years. In these 2.5 years, he dramatically rose from the same strength as Wang Yangfeng to his present ranking. In another 1 or 2 years, when Ling Sen and those others have graduated, Zhu Yang will undoubtedly be in the top 10 of the 7 Profound Martial House rankings, and maybe even in the top 5. Your opponent is a future contender for the top 5 ranks in the 7 Profound Martial House. You have chosen yourself a powerful enemy. Lin Ming naturally knew why Hong Shi was saying all this. He said, Instructor Hong, I understand Zhu Yang's strength. I also know that to surpass him in 1 month will be decidedly difficult. It was only that when the deacon's senior apprentice brother asked me who I wanted to challenge and when, in my heart I had an intense desire to challenge Zhu Yang. I did not want to suppress this idea, so I decided to follow my nature and challenge Zhu Yang. Haha, good. What a good follow my nature. Those that practice martial arts must follow their nature and desires. Only when you are satisfied with your mind and thoughts will your meridians be cleared, and your true essence flow unimpeded. Your choice is good, it has boldness. Starting today, I will teach you spear skills. If I am your instructor, then I do not want to see any soldier under me lose to others. Chapter 97, 7 Kinds of Martial Intent. Chapter 97, 7 Kinds of Martial Intent. Lin Ming listened to Hong Shi's words and his heart filled with joy. Until now, he only had the foundation spear technique, and could only study the foundation. If he were to have guidance, then his progress would be much quicker. Hongxi said, I once joined the army for 10 years. I only started learning the spear in my 10-year career. Before that, I used the sword. The spear is the king of 100 soldiers. I have not reached the stage of large success in spear play, but what I have learned, I can teach you. However, before we begin, I have a question. Were you able to comprehend a special cultivation state? Lin Ming paused. He didn't expect that Hongxi knew about this matter. He nodded and said, yes. I thought so. Your perception is good. This cultivation state of yours can probably be compared to the best among its kind, otherwise with your talent, it would be impossible for you to have such great results in such a short time. This is a benefit of your pure and strong heart of martial arts. But even if you have an extraordinary heart of martial arts, you still might not have that lucky opportunity to comprehend such a cultivation state. This state is called martial intent. Those who have a martial intent are very few. Even in the place like the Seven Profound Martial House where talents gather, in the last several dozen years there has only been Ling Sen. I did not expect that now there would be you also. Oh, so few. Lin Ming suddenly understood. No wonder he had never heard of this before. Yes, that is why the existence of martial intent is so mystical and mysterious, because there are too few people who are able to comprehend it. There aren't many descriptions of it in the ancient texts, and not only that, but each martial artist's martial intent is not the same, each has a different effect. Lin Ming said, Instructor, I don't understand. Since senior apprentice Brother Ling has comprehended such a rare skill like a martial intent, and his strength is known throughout the Sky Fortune Kingdom as being invincible within his cultivation stage, why was he not selected as a core disciple? What kind of monstrous geniuses are the core disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House? Hongxi said, those of the Seven Profound Valleys have paid careful attention to Ling Senator. However, for him to be selected as a core disciple, he has to pass a test. Ling Xin was eventually unable to pass the inspection, so he was rejected. He had missed only one step. Millimeter? Test. Lin Ming's heart moved as he heard this. Yes. Some do not conform to the rigid standards of the Seven Profound Martial House, and wish to become a core disciple through a test. When Lin Sen had faced the test, he had to defeat someone of the same age, or an older core disciple, and also reach the peak fourth stage of body transformation by the time he was 17. Ling Sen was able to defeat a core disciple who was half a year older than him. Unfortunately, his cultivation was unable to reach the peak fourth stage of body transformation before he was 17, and therefore he failed due to this. Is this because senior apprentice Brother Ling's cultivation talent was not good enough? Yes. As I said, there are many different kinds of martial intent. Ling Sen's martial intent is Ashura. In the Ashura battlefield, he can experience endless slaughter and battle. With this kind of martial intent, the main function is to enhance a martial artist's instincts, explosive force, and killing ability. However, it is not really that useful to improve a martial artist's cultivation. But, it does provide a few benefits in breaking through bottlenecks. Hongxi said this with a look of regret. A martial artist's combat prowess and cultivation were two different matters. Combat prowess was their strength, but cultivation was judged through stages, for instance, body transformation's first stage, second stage, pulse condensation period, and Hutian stage. Cultivation was the most important factor in a martial artist's combat prowess, but it was not the only factor. Martial skills, fighting instincts, combat skills, field experience, the degree of true essence thickness, all of these could affect one's combat ability, therefore one could fight one above their cultivation realm. But, to a martial artist, their cultivation was the fundamental basis for all. If they could not improve their cultivation, then whatever your combat power really was, it would not matter. A martial artist at the first stage of body transformation would never defeat someone at the pulse condensation stage. This was the absolute disparity that was created through cultivation. Moreover, to a martial artist, their lives were inextricably linked to their cultivation. Ling Sen's main strength was his combat ability. His cultivation was actually not very high. If he had no chance of reaching the Xiantian stage, then to the large sects, he had no value whatsoever. Therefore, Ling Sen was rejected. Hongxi said, if Ling Sen's talent were increased half a step, for instance to a medium fourth-grade talent, then he would have an enormous chance of being selected to enter the 7 profound valleys. His Ashura martial intent can let a person dance on the edge of life and death for a long time, and it also favors breaking through bottlenecks. This is of value to the 7 profound valleys. Unfortunately, the Ashura martial intent has no advantages in helping one accumulate true essence. Lin Ming asked, Instructor Hong, does senior apprentice brother Ling Sen not have any more chances of being selected to enter into the 7 profound valleys? There is, but it is just far too difficult. One possibility is that he must break through to the pulse condensation period before he is 22 years old. This is the most rigid criteria of the 7 profound valleys. As long as you are able to break through to the pulse condensation period before 22 years of age, you may enter the 7 profound valleys. However, with Ling Sen's current cultivation progress, it is impossible. The second possibility is if Ling Sen is able to comprehend another kind of martial intent. It would be better if this was one which helped increase his cultivation progress. If such a thing happened, then the entire 7 profound valleys would value Ling Senator. A person that can comprehend 2 kinds of martial intent is just too rare. 2 kinds of martial intent. You can also have 2 different kinds of martial intent. Lin Ming was surprised. Millimeter. But it is very difficult enough to cause anyone to lose all hope. In the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, or even the entire realm of the 7 profound martial house and its surrounding hundreds of thousands of miles, there isn't a single one. I have heard about them in the ancient texts, for instance, legends passed down that told of sudden enlightenment. There is a story of a mighty power who was called Emperor Sokya, that had 7 different kinds of martial intent. 3,000 years ago, he meditated under a bodhi tree for 7 days and 7 nights. In his body these 7 kinds of martial intent actually fused together, and Emperor Sokya underwent a great awakening and achieved supreme enlightenment. He broke the countless shackles of martial arts and reached nirvana to become a golden immortal, piercing through the martial void. As Lin Ming heard Hongxi's story, he felt a great shock. 7 kinds of martial intents. What concept was that? Moreover, these 7 kinds of martial intents had even fused into one. This kind of person was truly a mythical heavenly being. As he listened to the legend of the Bodhi tree, Lin Ming held an ounce of disbelief. To sit in meditation for 7 days and 7 nights and achieve supreme enlightenment, break the countless shackles of martial arts and pierce through the martial void, that just seemed a bit too exaggerated. It had to be known that in the path of martial arts, the higher you went, the more difficult it was. Some people often needed upwards of 100 years to break through a bottleneck. But this Emperor Sokya had actually broken through the bottleneck of martial arts, and rise up countless stages at once. Wasn't this just nonsense? But as he listened to Hongxi's description, Lin Ming began to believe. To combine 7 kinds of martial intent into one, that thought alone was just far too terrifying. Hongxi said, Lin Ming, describe your martial intent to me, so I can determine what sort it is. This will be very important to your future development. Lin Ming nodded and began to describe his ethereal martial intent. Hongxi mulled over this, and then said, this ethereal martial intent that you have should be a kind that increases your cultivation. Your consciousness leaves your body and your true essence begins to spontaneously revolve according to its own instincts. With this, the true essence can achieve a perfect circulatory path within your body. There are too many kinds of martial intent, and they are different from person to person, and there aren't also many records. This is the first time I have heard of your kind of martial intent. I cannot judge its specific effects, but looking at how your cultivation increases by leaps and bounds, the effect should be very good. Your martial intent should also be superior to Ling Sen's. You maybe even have the possibility to be elected as a core disciple in the 7 profound valleys. Certainly, like Ling Sen, you must pass through the test. This test is difficult. It will depend on your martial intent to go against heaven's will. Core disciple. Lin Ming silently thought. Chapter 98, The Force of Vibration. Chapter 98, The Force of Vibration. Core disciple. Lin Ming silently thought. Lin Ming felt that the 7 profound valleys was like a giant blood-sucking vampire that squeezed out all the cultivation resources in a radius of several 100,000 miles. They caused the martial artists of small countries to be lacking in all cultivation resources, and thus a martial artist found it difficult to enter a tiny step into the Hutian stage. After the 7 profound valleys had opened 7 profound martial houses in all of the various countries under their control, with their superior position, they bestowed resources and they bestowed cultivation methods to the most outstanding talents so that they could use them. But the royal families of these small countries knew this well. Even so, while they dreaded the specter of the 7 profound valleys, they simultaneously hoped for the support and protection of the 7 profound valleys. That is why they were willing to offer their country's resources, bowing to them with both hands. This caused the remaining few resources in these countries to skyrocket in price. In Lin Ming's situation, even if he had talent, with his family circumstances he did not have the money to cultivate martial art. Between the parasitic relationship formed between the 7 profound valleys and the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming had a fully uncomfortable feeling. If it were not for the 7 profound valley, then if I wanted to practice martial arts, it wouldn't have placed such a big burden on my family. The 7 profound valleys, so detestable, Lin Ming thought. He wanted to say so, but he held his tongue. If I want to reach the higher realms of martial arts, I actually must become a core disciple. Otherwise, I will not have the resources to do so. All will wait until I have the strength to speak out. Well, Lin Ming, the points that I wanted to remind you of have already been mentioned. Your superiority lies in your heart of martial arts, but, in terms of current combat ability, you cannot compare to Zhu Yang. Most importantly, you do not have a martial skill. You defeated Zhong Kang with the most basic Flood Dragon Goes to Sea. At first I didn't want you to choose the body-tearing bone-shattering first, but you were very insistent. Now it is too late to learn another martial skill. But what's done is done. A martial artist should freely follow their nature and desires. No matter what, you should not regret your decisions. If you had changed your mind, then your heart would not be satisfied, then it will also not be open. Now, I want to hone your foundation spear skills, and have you use those foundation spear skills to defeat Zhu Yang. However, I will tell you this now. Zhu Yang has already mastered 3 kinds of martial skills. You must be prepared. Lin Ming nodded and said, "Understood, Instructor Hong. Now attack me. Let me take a good look at your spear skills. Then I shall be impolite." Lin Ming flicked his hand and penetrating rainbow jumped into his grip. With a shake of his power, the spear point began to unexpectedly tremble and hum. Dark purple elastic iron was immeasurably tough and resistant. Even if it was only a slight tremor, it was enough to twist muscles and break bones. Oh! You can shake dark purple elastic iron so easily. Good strength. Hong Shi laughed, and also flourished the long spear that he carried on his back. Flood Dragon Goes to Sea. Lin Ming shouted. Both hands held the spear, and with a sudden movement, he thrusted the spear forward. As this spear thrust went out, Lin Ming's imposing aura suddenly rose. The airflow around him began to change, as if there was an invisible current flowing around him and converging upon this aura and melting into Lin Ming's long spear. Hong Shi exposed a look of appreciation. He leaned a step forwards, gripped his spear shaft and aimed his spear point at Lin Ming's spearhead, and then gave a fierce jab. However, the power of this jab hadn't managed to stop Lin Ming's spear. That spear seemed to be cast from golden iron, and did not change directions, still thrusting straight towards Hong Shi. This was the result of Lin Ming practicing his spear thrust countless times underneath the icy cold pond waterfall. It had achieved the state of being immovably steady. Hong Shi's eyes flashed with a glint of light. Good spear. Ho! Hong Shi suddenly burst with strength. The true essence in his long spear began to stir. Lin Ming's spear was stiffly swung aside by the brute force. He grasped his long spear and took a sudden step forward, and the spear point approached Lin Ming's throat like a poisonous snake. Hong Shi's spear was twice as fast as Lin Ming's. By the time Lin Ming had used one spear move, Hong Shi had used 2. Hong Shi thought that this one move would be the finisher. With his cultivation at the peak pulse condensation of body transformation, to deal with the 3rd stage of body transformation Lin Ming should have been easy. Even if he used 30% of his strength, it should have been a simple task, but he did not think that he would have been wrong. Seeing this spear reflected in his eyes as it came at him, Lin Ming's long spear was out wide, and he would not have enough time to receive it and defend against this move. He immediately reached out with his right hand towards Hongxi's spearhead. At that moment, all of the tiny units in Lin Ming's body began to breathe in unison. True essence began to vibrate in his body, and was concentrated into his right hand. Hongxi saw Lin Ming move his bare hand towards the spear point that was thrusting forwards at high speed, and he suddenly hesitate. This Lin Ming. As soon as Lin Ming's palm touched the spear point, Hongxi felt an intense vibration transmit down the spear shaft and cause his spear to be unsteady. What was going on? Hongxi had naturally heard that before when Lin Ming was fighting Zhong Kang, he had used his open hand to receive Zhong Kang's saber at that time. Hongxi had thought Lin Ming had merely predicted Zhong Kang's attack pattern and had avoided the saber's blade edge, so it had succeeded. But now it appeared that it wasn't so simple. Hongxi was a master at the pulse condensation stage. With a sudden effort of both hands, he jerked hard and counterbalanced the trembling of the spear shaft. But now, Lin Ming's second spear had arrived. Total annihilation. Hongxi had just enough time to dodge, and he leapt backwards from the strike. Even so, a strong heavenly wind followed Lin Ming's spear as it swept past. This strong wind contained a strange vibrating power. As Hongxi was swept by this strong wind, he felt his heartbeat and blood flow be affected, and a tightness in his chest. This move completely startled Hongxi. He was a martial artist who had reached the large success stage of pulse condensation. His meridians had already been opened and connected, and true essence had tempered his entire body, without a single weak point. In this situation, he had still felt a slight uncomfortableness when Lin Ming's spear wind swept past him. Although he wasn't injured, if it were a viscera training stage martial artist who had been touched by this wind, they might have suddenly spat blood. This kid, what kind of cultivation methods has he been studying? I thought that I would catch him with one move, but he's managed to last 3 rounds. If I can't handle him, how would I have face as an instructor? Hongxi raised his strength by another 20%. He twisted in midair, and his long spear fell down like a wild rainstorm. Pang! Lin Ming lifted his spear to meet the approaching enemy, but this time he actually felt an inexhaustible strength contained in Hongxi's spear, as if he was unable to even think of contending with it, and his spear was swept away. The spear point appeared like an invisible ghost at Lin Ming's throat. The approaching icy coldness of the spear point made Lin Ming's hair stand on end. The fight had ended. Hongxi withdrew his spear and said, "Good young man, your hidden skills are truly deep. No wonder Zhong Kang was defeated with just a palm, fist, and spear. My cultivation far surpasses yours, but today it seems I can still learn from you." Hongxi looked Lin Ming up and down, sizing him up. He recalled that strange vibration he felt. Where had Lin Ming learnt that from? This kind of fierce fighting style was impossible to be self-taught. It was certainly from studying some jade slip. Thinking back to the 3 jade slips Lin Ming had selected from the depository, they were the foundation spear technique, foundation movement technique, and the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. Hongxi had already seen the foundation spear technique before. In fact, every person who joined that army had to study the foundation spear technique. But even if the foundation spear technique from the army differed from that of the 7 profound martial houses depository, it was only some more concise ways of cultivating true essence. There was nothing different in the spear skills themselves. This kind of scary vibration did not originate from the foundation spear technique, and it couldn't be anything from the foundation movement technique. That meant that body-tearing bone-shattering fist. Chapter 99, Fast Spear. Chapter 99, Fast Spear. This thought caused Hongxi to suddenly freeze. He remembered glancing at the body-tearing bone-shattering fist, and recalled that the essence of this body-tearing bone-shattering fist was vibration. Vibration. Heavens! This boy. Hongxi's Adam's apple spasmed. This kid should not have learned the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. It was impossible. Although true essence vibration was mentioned in the body-tearing bone-shattering fist jade slip, It had not said how to train this true essence vibration. It had lacked the most essential basic part. The body-tearing, bone-shattering fist was 70% incomplete, and it was also an earth-step martial skill. Even an immortal would be helpless to do anything. If Lin Ming was really able to cultivate this ability, then even those evil monstrous geniuses would be nothing but weak and pale in front of him. He would simply be the reincarnation of immortal gods and infernal demon. Boy, that vibration technique you had used a moment ago, where did you learn that from? Hong Xi's voice held a hint of trembling. Obviously he was very disturbed and restless. He could not calm down after experiencing something like this. This meant that not only did Lin Ming have a superior heart of martial arts, but he was also able to comprehend his own martial intent. Not only that, but he was a beyond brilliant monstrous genius prodigy with perception that defied the will of the heavens. To this kind of evildoer genius, any talent was simply floating cloud. That these monstrous geniuses could accomplish the impossible with their own hands, what sort of concept was that? Hong Xi did not even dare to imagine. Lin Ming truthfully said, "They were some hints that I picked up from the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist jade slip." He had not planned to conceal anything to begin with. In fact, he could not even try to hide it. Sooner or later it would be exposed, unless he never used this skill. But the truth was that even if he was exposed, it was impossible to teach or explain things like martial skills or cultivation methods without the jade slip. Only someone who has reached the large success stage of that martial skill or cultivation method would be able to copy it down, so Lin Ming simply did not worry that anyone would covet it. Mentioning the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist would only increase the number of chips in his hand, and cause the Seven Profound Martial House and the Crown Prince to be even more protective of him. This way, he would be even safer. After hearing Lin Ming's affirmation, Hong Xi could not speak for a long time. He merely stared at Lin Ming as if he was looking at a monster. Whose mother would dare mention or look down upon Lin Ming's martial talent again? This Lin Ming was the most abnormal talent in the last 100 years of the Seven Profound Martial House. There was only Qin Xingxuan who could compare with Lin Ming. Moreover, she wouldn't necessarily be better. Peerless monstrous genius. Hong Xi finally gave his evaluation after he was speechless for a long time. Lin Ming, in my Hong Xi's entire life, you are the best and most outstanding and talented martial artist that I have ever witnessed. Although your talent is only a medium third grade, you can make up this deficiency with your ethereal martial intent. With just that, you can be considered a fourth or fifth grade talent. Still, that would not be anything special enough to attract the Seven Profound Valley's attention. But, your perception is just too terrifying. You can practice any skill with twice the result and half the effort. In addition, with your pure and strong heart of martial arts, you may even be able to comprehend a second martial intent. In that case, even the Seven Profound Valleys will not be able to hold you. You will at the apex of the entire Sky Spill continent's younger generation. Your future is limitless. What I can teach you is limited. All I am capable of at present is being your teacher. I was prepared to teach you the spear skills that I had learned, but it seems that it is not necessary anymore. You have your own understanding of spear play, and I am afraid that my own comprehension will negatively affect you. All I can teach you now is the basis of spear skills, as well as the spear cultivation method. A moment ago when I fought you, I discovered that your spear is already very steady. You could say that you've reached the boundary where your spear is still like a cast metal statue. But, your spear is not quick. In my two spear moves, you were only able to return one. With this kind of speed, you will be unable to catch up to Zhu Yang. The steady spear that cannot catch up to an enemy's shadow is useless. Lin Ming, just watch. Hong Xi turned and punched a tree trunk. The autumn leaves that had already begun to turn yellow and wither immediately began to rustle and fall down. Hong Xi's eyes flashed with a glint of light. The spear in his hand shot out just like a deadly snake. Cha. Spear shadows covered the sky. Even with Lin Ming's excellent eyesight, he could not clearly see Hong Xi's spear point. He could only use his soul force to catch up to Hong Xi's movements. With each stab of Hong Xi's spear, the spear point pierced a fallen leaf, rapidly turned back, and then pierced another leaf. Like this, there was a string of fallen leaves on the spear point. As the spear shadows flashed everywhere, The fallen leaves began to rapidly disappear with a speed obvious to the naked eye. In the span of a few breaths, Hongxi had strung together a thick stack of fallen leaves on his spear point. Finally, there was not a single fallen leaf that touched the ground. Lin Ming could not help but exclaim at such wonderful spear skills. It had to be known that Hongxi's spear point was very wide. The widest part was 4 finger widths wide. But these fallen leaves were elliptical in shape. Only the long axis was over 4 finger widths in length, the short axis was only 2 finger widths. Thus, all the fallen leaves have been pierced by spear point through their long side, otherwise, the leaf would be cut in half. Lin Ming looked at Hongxi's spear point, and really did see that the several dozens of leaves that were strung together were in consistent order. It was as if they were especially organized to be that way. The leaves were small, and their longest side was only a bit over 4 finger widths, but Hongxi had managed to accurately pierce through all of the fallen leaves in this area, and did not cut any of the leaves apart. This control of strength caused Lin Ming to feel amaze. Hongxi's spear was not only quick, but he had great control of his strength. As the saying went, a month to use a stick, a year to train a fist, and longer to practice a spear. The difficulty in wielding a spear was high. It was meant to thrust, the shaft was long, it was hard to grasp and hard to control. If Hongxi had been doing this with a sword, it would have been much easier. The sword was faster than a spear, and it was also more accurate. But a sword could not compare with the might of a spear. For Lin Ming, this was an eye-opener. Hongxi said, "Cultivate your spear like this. Practice your spear skills so that you may use several dozen spear thrusts in the time of a few breaths. These several dozen spear thrusts must not be blind, but each and every spear move must be accurate. Control your strength until you can attack and withdraw freely. This fallen leaves are the appropriate practice method. These falling leaves are very fragile, they will be cut apart if you use too much strength or if your aim is poor. If you can have these several dozen leaves completely strung together on your spear point, then your spear skills will have arrived at the small success stage. But you only have 1 month of intensive practice, it will take a much longer time to practice the spear. Do not irresponsibly talk nonsense and bite off more than you can chew. At this moment, do not seek to control the force, but instead you must do everything you can to maximize your spear speed to the limit, so you can chase down Zhu Yang's sword." "I understand." With this brief meeting with Hongxi, Lin Ming had benefited greatly. "Good. Practice by yourself. This will be enough to have you occupied for some time. Later I will come back to teach you the next move." "Thank you, Instructor Hong." No need to thank me. Right now I'm teaching you, but later I won't even be able to stand in line to teach you." Hongxi laughed, launched a movement technique, and vanished into the forest. After Hongxi had vanished, Lin Ming watched the yellow leaves on the tree. He shook penetrating rainbow in his hand. His spear speed truly wasn't good. Even if his spear skills were swift and fierce, they would have no meaning if they weren't able to reach Zhu Yang. Bang! Lin Ming punched the big tree, and thick leaves began to fall. Lin Ming looked at these leaves and the spear in his hand began to stab out rapidly. The leaves were shredded apart by Lin Ming's spear. Though he wanted to string these leaves on his spear, it was not a simple task to constantly do this. During the time when the leaves were gently falling, they were often tumbled around in circles. During that brief period of time, he had to thrust out his long spear in the center of a leaf, and have the spear edge pierce through the long axis of the leaf. Only then could he string them on the spear. But as of now, Lin Ming was far from reaching this stage. After several dozen leaves had fallen, Lin Ming had split some in half, and some had fallen to the ground. There was only a few that hung on Lin Ming's spear point. "Maybe I should start small. I should not use such a tiny elliptical leaf to practice," Lin Ming thought. The small elliptical leaves were just too difficult right now. He chose another, different tree. This tree's leaves were heart-shaped, and were the size of a palm, regardless of any angle. As long as the spear pierced through the center, he could string the leaves on the spear tip. "This tree is good. I'll practice with the one." Day after day, Lin Ming went to spend his mornings tempering his body at the icy pond waterfall. He set the difficulty to the 9th level to push his body to the limit, so that he could experience his ethereal martial intent. During the afternoon he would spend his time training his spear, and in the evening he would train the flow like silk boundary, and cultivate his true primal chaos formula. 10 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent was becoming increasingly stable. To enter it at first, he would push his body to the limit, and then by supporting himself with the high-level soul-gathering pellet and true essence stones, he could slowly enter the ethereal martial intent under these harsh conditions. Afterwards, as long as Lin Ming meditated under the icy pond waterfall, he could spontaneously enter the ethereal martial intent state. After cultivating in the ethereal martial intent state for a long time, Lin Ming's true primal chaos formula had finally entered the second level. His true essence became even thicker, and his strength and speed also increased. During that evening, Lin Ming sat alone in his room and meditated for a long time. He adjusted his mind to the most peaceful and tranquil condition he could achieve. Then, slowly, he pulled out the reward he won from taking first place in the entrance exam, the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. The Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill was created by mixing the bone marrow of a crimson gold dragon with many precious medicinal herbs, and then refining them all together. The Crimson Gold Dragon's dragon marrow was inestimably precious and difficult to find. The other rare and precious medicinal herbs were also high quality and rare. Not only had that, but to refine this pill required a top-tier alchemist. An alchemist of this level usually came from a large sect. It was impossible for a common person to even catch a glimpse of them, let alone ask them to come out create such a pill. Even if they did come out, the fees alone would be overwhelmingly expensive. Therefore the Sky Fortune Kingdom had never produced a Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. Not even the royal family could buy it, as its value could simply not be measured with gold. Then, Lin Ming took out a lower spirit cure symbol paper that he had prepared in advance. He had trained hard for a half-month to create these 2 lower spirit cure symbols. The first had already been used on the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill, and the second was to prepare this Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill. Normally a martial artist could only absorb a small part of a pill's efficacy, and the rest would dissipate. But the symbols that Lin Ming had drawn up could control and stimulate this pill. With it, the effects of the pill would not dissipate in a martial artist's body, and instead infiltrate and be absorbed. This way, the pill's efficacy would increase by several times. Lin Ming crushed the lower spirit cure symbol in his hand. The symbol paper turned into a bright red flame that immediately flew to the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill and began to integrate with it. In a few breaths of time, a flame-shaped inscription symbol had appeared in the center of the pill. Chapter title is a spoiler. Highlight it to read it now, or see it at the bottom. Chapter title is a spoiler. Highlight it to read it now, or see it at the bottom. Chapter 100, Viscera Training, Large Success. The Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill was a potent and dangerous medicine. After having its efficacy increased several times over, it could be said to be poison to the body, so even after Lin Ming had completed the inscription symbol, he did not rashly take it. But now, he had entered the second level of the true primal chaos formula. The impure true essence of the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill that he had taken before had already been completely refined into his body. Lin Ming felt that he was ready to take the next step. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ming placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. The pill quickly slid into his stomach where it settled down without a response. But Lin Ming knew, this was only the calm before the storm. Once the efficacy of the pill melted, it would immediately attack his insides. That would be the beginning of the pain. Lin Ming had prepared a bath barrel full of water. He jumped into it and began to revolve the true primal chaos formula. The water was able to help him feel relaxed and calm. After half an hour passed, Lin Ming felt a feverish heat begin to form in his stomach. At first it was like drinking a full glass of strong liquor, but before long, it was similar to a lit flame. The heat fled in all directions in Lin Ming's body, and it was like he had fallen into a stove. The surface of his flesh began to steam, and it dissipated along his pores. At this moment, it was as if there was some invisible force shackling this angry heat, and stiffly holding it in Lin Ming's body. This was the effect of the medicinal inscription symbol. If not for the medicinal inscription symbol, the efficacy would dissipate. But, the medicinal inscription symbol was forcefully fettering these forces in Lin Ming's body. Another effect was that this increased Lin Ming's suffering. The golden snake scarlet pill was cold like Arctic ice, and eating it had made him feel like he had fallen into the 9th level of a deep, icy abyss. But this crimson gold dragon marrow pill was hot like fire, and eating it made him feel like he was committing suicide by running into 10,000 raging infernos. The burning pain was difficult to endure. Lin Ming felt as if his entire body was burnt until it was overcooked, and then he felt a pain like there was a hard brush brushing back and forth all over him. This excruciating misery nearly made him collapse. At first, he was able to forcefully revolve the true primal chaos formula, but now, he was actually unable to revolve the true primal chaos formula. Such a debilitating pain was not something a human could endure. Even if Lin Ming had a strong heart of martial arts, he was unable to forcefully exercise his strength under these conditions. The water in the tub began to get hotter and hotter because of Lin Ming. Soon, it began to boil, and emit a massive white cloud of roiling steam. The bath barrel of water was boiling. In the throes of such searing pain, Lin Ming was unable to comprehend the situation he was in. But at this moment, the innumerable tiny units in his body began to spontaneously exhale and inhale to absorb Lin Ming's body heat. The breathing of these tiny units quickly formed into the resonance of true essence. With this resonance, the trapped clouds of hot gas and heat in Lin Ming's body began to disperse due to vibration, and Lin Ming's pain began to lighten. Millimeter. This is also. When Lin Ming had taken the golden snake scarlet pill, the tiny units in Lin Ming's body had also spontaneously entered into the flow-like silk boundary, and their vibrations had dispersed the masses of cold air and energy in his body. As the cold air and energy was shaken up, it was easily absorbed into his body. Under these circumstances, it seemed the crimson gold dragon marrow pill was in the same situation. The countless tiny units in Lin Ming's body had already formed a cohesive resistance against this foreign enemy. This was their instinct. Lin Ming did not need to consciously direct them. Without a doubt, this was an advantage of strength training's flow like silk. The Chaotic Virtues Combat Meridians is truly a god-level cultivation method. Lin Ming did not know how many times his heart had already given birth to such grateful feelings. If it were not for the flow-like silk boundary, then the crimson gold dragon marrow pill would have been so burningly painful that Lin Ming did now know if he could have endured that long. When that happened, even if Lin Ming had fully managed to absorb the efficacy of the pill, if the toxic heat was retained in his body for too long, then it would cause damage to his meridians, and Lin Ming would need to take a long time to recover from that. But now, under the help of flow like silk, Lin Ming's body was able to absorb just like when he had taken the golden snake scarlet pill, and perfectly refine the efficacy of the crimson gold dragon marrow pill. All that was left over was the absorption and consolidation process. As time passed slowly, Lin Ming had already been in the bath barrel for 2 hours. During this time, the barrel water had been steaming hot. With the refining of the drug in his body, Lin Ming's inner true essence took a new step and permeated through all his organs. This was the large success stage of viscera training. Lin Ming opened both his eyes and exhaled a long breath of steam. This breath mixed with the white steam that filled the room and formed a small whirlpool. With the whirlpool in the air, he kept breathing like this for several moments, and still did not show any signs of slowing down. To breathe like a snake and aspirate like an arrow was already the sign of viscera training's large success, but I had achieved that in the early viscera training stage. Now that I have taken the next step and reached large success of viscera training, my breath is like a vortex. In the memories of that elder, the person who practiced the true chaotic virtues combat meridians to the pinnacle was able to create storms that wreaked havoc with a single breath, and give a shout like the angry thunder of a god. They were truly a power that could pierce the heavens and shatter the earth. After reaching large success in the 3rd stage of body transformation, Lin Ming didn't forget to test out his fist strength. These days, whenever Lin Ming's strength had evolved further, he had checked his fist strength to compare how far he was from Ling Senator. This time was not an exception. It was already late at night. The strength measuring room was empty. Lin Ming randomly picked a strength measuring stone pillar, and then shut his eyes and made a small prayer. He gathered his momentum, and then suddenly let loose a punch. Pang! There was a dull sound, and the stone pillar began to wildly rock back and forth. The light beam jumped crazily, past 5 feet, and kept rising. 5,000 jins. 5,100 jins. 5,200 jins. Finally, the light beam stopped at 5:45 feet. His strength was 5,300 jins. Seeing this number, Lin Ming let out a long breath. His free punch had finally surpassed Ling Sen. The true primal chaos formula had broken through to the second level, and matched with the large success of viscera training, Lin Ming's fist strength had finally passed the critical mark of 5,000 jin. At first, when Ling Sen had demonstrated his strength on the stone pillar for new disciples to see, he had let loose a random fist that was 4,900 jins. But with Ling Sen's personality, that fist he used to display his strength was at least 80% serious. Ling Sen's highest fist strength should be higher than 5,300 jins. But regardless of how near my fist strength is to Ling Sen's now, Ling Sen's superiority doesn't lie in his strength. His terrifying aspect lies in his fighting instincts and killing ability that he had cultivated from his Ashura martial intent. But my superiority is actually my strength. Not only is my strength inferior to his, but my combat prowess is far short. Those who had resolved their determination to pursue the peak of the martial arts path would often run into other powerhouses who would take them as enemies. They would analyze these powerhouses' respective strengths and weakness, to see if they would win or lose if they were in a life-and-death battle. Lin Ming was no exception. 10 more days passed. Bang! Lin Ming punched the base of a thick, big tree. The leaves sprinkled down as they fell. Lin Ming flicked penetrating rainbow, and moved his hands like lightning. Chac. In several breaths of time, those dozens of leaves had been completely pierced by Lin Ming, but Lin Ming could not be like Hong Shi, where the fallen leaves had been so beautifully strung on the tip of his spear. He was able to grasp speed, aim, but not yet control of his strength. Lin Ming simply did not pursue the control of power. What he was pursuing was directly the ultimate destructive power. He let the vibrations of flow like silk travel up the spear. The true essence vibrations of the treasure spearhead touched the falling leaf, and directly pulverized the falling leaf. He was able to achieve this step because he had reached the large success in viscera training. His true essence had become thicker, his strength stronger, and his speed quicker. During the short time that he had digested the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill's efficacy, Lin Ming had used most of the timeshares he had left for the 7 major killing arrays. All he had left was about 6 hours. Not bad. Hong Shi said from his side. Not even the disciples that had requested the strict Hong Shi were able to make him feel such appreciation. In these last 20 days you have managed to reach the large success of the 3rd stage of body transformation. Your ethereal martial intent really makes one envious. The last time, Hong Shi had taught Lin Ming spear skills. After he had taught him how to improve his spear speed, he had left for 10 days. After coming back, Lin Ming had unexpectedly reached the large success of viscera training. This made Hong Shi feel genuinely startled. Lin Ming replied, "Instructor Hong, before now I had not taken the Crimson Gold Dragon Marrow Pill, I had only eaten the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill. Several days ago I ate the Crimson Gold Dragon Pill. That is why I have had such progress since then." Hong Shi listened with a bit of surprise. It turned out that this Lin Ming had relied on just the Golden Snake Scarlet Pill to break through to the 3rd stage of body transformation and defeat Zhong Kang. Everyone, including him, had thought that Lin Ming had eaten both pills together. This Lin Ming was just too difficult to explain with common sense. Hong Shi said, "I would not have guessed that before now, you had only used a Golden Snake Scarlet Pill to break into the viscera training stage. If I'm not guessing wrong, then your body is very suitable to ingesting and absorbing valuable materials. Coupled with your ethereal martial intent, your future achievements really will be limitless. And that's only because your natural talent is poor. If your talent was increased by 2 levels, then I really can't dare to imagine what it would be like. Well, starting today, for 10 days, I will always be accompanying you as you train your spear. Your basic spear skills are already fast, accurate, and stable, but you are still missing one point, and that is chain. Although spearplay is not as tricky or crafty as swordplay, but a spear has many more moves and varieties than a sword. The main attack methods of a sword are nothing but stabs, cuts, and slices. But a spear can do much more. A spear can stab, divide, sweep, circle, dance, and so on. I will not teach you fixed moves and routines. I will only have you achieve faster foundation spear skills through comprehensive practice, so that they are constantly changing. Begin. I will suppress my true essence to be on a similar level to you. I will not show mercy. As Hongxi said this, he flicked his long spear, aimed it at Lin Ming's chest, and thrusted. Hongxi had only suppressed his true essence, he hadn't suppressed his volatile strength. Lin Ming could not compare with Hongxi, whose body was at the large success of the pulse condensation period. Hongxi's spear speed was as fast as lightning. It instantly appeared in front of Lin Ming, fast. In that moment, Lin Ming had a clear feeling of the spear edge's dense chill wavering in the air. It made the fine hairs on his body stand up. Peng! Lin Ming grasped penetrating rainbow and swept out. His spear met Hongxi's reckless attack and they collided. Even though Lin Ming's strength surpassed 5,000 jins, his hand was still shaken numb by Hongxi's strike. The strength of a peak pulse condensation period martial artist was just too abnormal and perverse. If Lin Ming hadn't channeled the vibrations of flow like silk into penetrating rainbow, with just this strike, he would have already been defeated. Chapter 100, Viscera Training, Large Success. Chapter 101, Arrival of the Decisive Battle. Chapter 101, Arrival of the Decisive Battle. However, Hongxi was even more startled. Even though he had not used true essence, he had still used his full and complete strength in this strike, but Lin Ming was able to block it head-on. Hongxi had already known that Lin Ming's strength was otherworldly, but he did not think that after achieving large success in the third stage of body transformation, that his strength would undergo such a dramatic rise. This strength must be no less than 5,000 jins. His body was simply like a vicious beast. Although he was surprised, Hongxi's movement hadn't slowed in the slightest. He took advantage of Lin Ming's blowback from his spear strike and aggressed on him. He thrusted his spear out 3 times, and each strike cut off all of Lin Ming's dodging paths. Lin Ming could only raise his spear to defend. Dong! As they collided, Hongxi's spear fell upon the spear shaft of penetrating rainbow. The dark purple elastic iron spear shaft was hammered by Hongxi and forcefully bent like a bow. Lin Ming's feet sank into the ground, and his right foot was trapped in the thick soil. He pushed back with all his strength on penetrating rainbow, and just managed to force back Hongxi's spear. But Hongxi had backflipped into the air, and as he was airborne, his long spear drew a perfect arc, and he did a straight thrust from under his belly towards Lin Ming's throat. The spear came flying at him too fast and too suddenly. With him having recklessly forced back 2 of Hongxi's blows, he had exhausted his true essence, and the blood in his chest was roiling. He was not able to block this strike, and Hongxi's one spear thrust came perilously close to Lin Ming's throat. At that moment, Lin Ming could clearly feel the bone-chilling wind from the spear, painfully flowing against his skin. But in a flash, Hongxi had withdrawn his spear, and the spear point stopped a half-inch away from Lin Ming's throat, not injuring him in the least. What accurate control of force! Even knowing that Hongxi's spear would not pierce him, Lin Ming's breath had stopped in that instant as the spear wind blew against his skin. This spear thrust that was like a bolt of lightning was just too scary. 3 moves. In just 3 moves, Lin Ming was defeated. As Hongxi received his long spear, he said, "Lin Ming, although I suppressed my true essence, I did not suppress my strength. Still, you were able to last until the 3rd spear move, which is already far beyond what someone of your level can accomplish. Your strength really goes against heaven's will. I guess it must be more than 5,000 jins. 5,300 jins." Lin Ming replied truthfully. 5,300 jins. Hongxi clicked his tongue. A martial artist at your cultivation would have been thrown 18 streets away by you. Your strength is truly appropriate to wield the spear. Using a sword would have been a waste. When you had received my 3 strikes, you were actually not at your best level. When you were defending, you had one very weak point. That is your momentum. Momentum. Lin Ming was slightly stunned. Early on, his momentum had really been overwhelmed and crushed by Hongxi's swift and fierce spear move. When you had fought against Zhong Kang, You had used the most basic foundation moves. Iron Bridge blocks the river and Flood Dragon goes to sea to break apart Zhongkang's Sunset Cut. This was because your spear carried with it a tide of surging momentum, but a moment ago, because my spear moves were too quick, you did not have enough time to gather your potential. Yes, although the momentum of your spear is strong, but it actually has a fatal weakness, and that is that its start is too slow. Zhu Yang uses a sword, and he has great attainments in swordsmanship. His attacks are extremely swift and aggressive. If you are suppressed by him, then his moves will be faster than yours, and you will not be able to gather your momentum. When that happens, you will be led into his rhythm, and finally be defeated. Hong Shi was indeed an instructor of the Seven Profound Martial House. He had quickly discerned and pointed out another weakness of Lin Ming's. Indeed, no matter how good a skill was, if one did not have time to begin unleash it, then it would be useless. Now you must learn how to gather your momentum while you are attacking. Have you ever heard of some martial skills that are in a set, for instance, something 18 palms, or whatever 9 swords, or something silly like that? Lin Ming nodded. Hong Shi said, this set style often starts from the first, weakest move. A move will follow the previous move, and each move will be stronger than the last. You might ask, why would someone waste their energy doing this and not use their strongest final attack on the first move? The truth is, it is not that they don't want to, but that they cannot. This is a question of gathering their momentum. They need to begin at the start, and save up their potential, and finally explode with power in that last move. This is what it means to gather your momentum. Lin Ming was suddenly enlightened. I understand. If you want to learn how to gather your potential, then it is very simple. All you have to do is fight. Starting from today, except eating and sleeping, the rest of the time we shall fight. I want to see how long you will be able to stand it. For the next 10 days, Lin Ming started a hellish combat training routine. Although Hong Shi had said that they would fight each other whenever they weren't eating or sleeping, but he hadn't thought that Lin Ming would be able to persist through it. Although a viscera training martial artist had vitality and endurance, and their hearts and lungs were powerful, it was impossible for them to maintain such intense fighting for a long period of time. However, Hong Shi quickly discovered that he had once again underestimated Lin Ming. This Lin Ming was simply a perpetual motion machine in human form. His endurance was abnormal and outrageous. His true essence was thicker than other martial artists of his cultivation by several times, and it was also purer. It could almost be said to be growing without end. Even Qin Xingxuan, who cultivated the rare and forbidden cultivation manuals of the Seven Profound Valley, was not as exaggerated as this. Hong Shi didn't have any words to comment. He only chalked up this sort of bizarre situation to Lin Ming's ethereal martial intent and inborn divine strength. They could fight for an entire 8 hours with only a single breath. Even Hong Shi was sweating profusely. His armor had already been tossed off to the side, and he was shirtless. But Lin Ming's entire body was wet and sticky with perspiration, and he took great panting gulps of breath. Every time he exhaled, the hot air would form steam, and every time he inhaled, the air would form a mini whirlpool. Even flying leaves near Lin Ming were blown away. Hong Shi noted this phenomenon of nature. This boy, his breath was so long, no wonder his endurance was so good. Were his lungs a pair of bellows? Instructor Hong, let's go again. Although Lin Ming was dead tired, his eyes still shined brightly with fighting spirit. In merely 1 day, his progress had been beyond astonishing. At the start, he had only been able to meet 3 spears from Hong Shi, but now he could take 7 or 8 moves from Hong Shi and still not be defeated. One time, he even met 10 moves. These were attacks from a martial artist at the pulse condensation period. By fighting in such a manner, Lin Ming began to gradually discover what it meant to gather his potential and momentum during a fight. If in the past Lin Ming had depended on his strength and superior thick true essence to defeat his opponents, then now Lin Ming's combat skills were gradually catching up. Good. Come again. Hong Shi's spirit was also aroused by Lin Ming's hot-bloodedness. In this day of fighting, even though Lin Ming's strength was far weaker than his own, he was still fighting with his full strength. For 10 days, whenever Lin Ming wasn't eating or sleeping, he was fighting with Hong Shi. By relying on his second layer of true primal chaos formula, and the resiliency given by his long, bellow-like breaths, Lin Ming was able to adhere to this practice regimen every day. From the beginning, he had only been able to persist up to 3 moves, but afterwards he was able to last for more than 20. Lin Ming's flow of momentum and potential was becoming more and more skillful. He could send his momentum out with every strike of his spear. Even the momentum of his old self was less imposing. Each move he made with his spear was able to constantly accumulate momentum, getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, Lin Ming's movement also made considerable progress. The foundation movement technique was not some sort of profound movement technique. Its movement was very simple and basic. However, Lin Ming was able to forcefully rely on this technique to slowly catch up to Hongshi's movements. Bang! After the continuous momentum of 20 moves had gathered, Lin Ming's spear cleaved downwards. It brought with it a surge of torrential rivers and streams, and hacked towards Hongxi. Everywhere the spear wind touched was blown away like sand. Good spear. Hongxi lifted his spear to meet the oncoming blow. Although he was able to block this spear, he was forced back a step by the backlash from the formidable momentum and intense vibrations that ran up Lin Ming's spear. This was the first time that Lin Ming had forced back Hongxi, a viscera training stage martial artist that could force back one at the pulse condensation period. Even though Hongxi had suppressed his true essence, this result was enough to frighten anyone. And Hongxi was not an ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. Lin Ming, no matter what happens to your body, I don't think I can ever be surprised again. Hongxi smiled, and received his long spear. This was only 10 days. If there was perhaps a month, then I don't think I would be able to defeat you without using more of my true essence. Although Hongxi was praising him so, Lin Ming had no room for complacency. He knew that for a martial artist, the higher one's cultivation was, the more important true essence would be. Someone using true essence versus someone not using true essence, the gulf between them was too fast. Especially in the body of a martial artist, once they had connected their meridians and opened them, then their true essence would be incomparably smooth and unimpeded. Attacks with true essence were the strongest methods of attack. If Hongxi had used his full strength, then there was no doubt Lin Ming would die in less than 3 moves. Lin Ming said, "I fall far short from instructor. If Instructor Hong was serious, then being able to withstand 1 move would already be the edge of my limits. Hey, you boy, you want to rely on your viscera training stage strength to wholeheartedly compare with someone at the peak pulse condensation period? That you can force a pulse condensation period martial artist to take a step back is already very good. Are you dissatisfied with that or something?" Listening to Hongxi say it like that, Lin Ming also smiled. His cultivation was simply too low, he was 3 stages worse compared to the pulse condensation period. Moreover, for the boundaries of a martial artist's cultivation, the higher one went, the harder it became, and the bigger the gulf between each realm. Hongxi said, "Tomorrow will be the day of your match against Zhu Yang. Today we will stop here. You go and take a good rest, and adjust to your peak condition. If you lose, I won't forgive you." Lin Ming grinned and laughed as he said, "At first when I challenged Zhu Yang, I really wasn't sure of my chances. But after practicing with Instructor Hong for so many days, I think my odds are pretty high now. I'll take this as you having learnt something." Lin Ming's large success of viscera training stage against Zhu Yang's early altering muscle stage. Although there was only a difference of half a stage, this was a fight between the apex of talents. A half-stage difference was already amazing, and that wasn't even counting Zhu Yang having spent more time at the 7 Profound Martial House for 2.5 years more than Lin Ming. In this time, he had been able to use the 7 major killing arrays for much longer. Zhu Yang was truly a formidable and daunting opponent. In the entirety of the 7 Profound Martial House, one could say his talent was only inferior to the 3 people, Ling Sen, Ta Ku, and Zhong Guanyu. Time passed quickly, and it was soon to approach 1 month. This was the 64th day since Lin Ming had arrived at the 7 Profound Martial House. Today was also the day of Lin Ming's and Zhu Yang's duel. The location of this duel was the 7 Profound Martial House's martial stage. In the 7 Profound Martial House, there were placed that were off-limits to outsiders. For instance, those that involved secrets, heritages, and legacies. These were places such as the depository, the 7 major killing arrays, the 10,000 killing array, the exquisite pagoda, and so on. All of those areas were restricted, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. When the servants of the 10th prince and the crown prince had entered the mountain valley to observe the ranking war at the 10,000 killing array, it was only because the stage was distant and it was hard to see clearly. Outside of these places, the other areas of the 7 profound martial house were not so strict. For instance, the lecture hall, Marshall House Square, and so forth. When Lin Ming had borrowed a pass card to enter the zither department to look up information on materials, this was also a place that was generally open to outsiders. As long as one had a pass or were of aristocratic status, they could enter these places. The martial stage was also one of these places. The disciples of the martial house occasionally held martial arts contest, and there were a few people that often came to the martial stage to observe from the sidelines. But today, the martial stage was packed to the brim with people. These people were all extraordinary characters. There were the talents and geniuses of the 7 profound martial house, the heroes of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, the nobility and aristocrats of Sky Fortune City, various famous and respected families, and important political figures. Chapter 102. The Focus of All Eyes. Chapter 102. The Focus of All Eyes. But today, the martial stage was packed to the brim with people. These people were all extraordinary characters. There were the talents and geniuses of the 7 profound martial house, the heroes of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, the nobility and aristocrats of Sky Fortune City, various famous and respected families, and important political figures. Lin Ming was an inestimably rare talent that would appear only every 100 years at the 7 profound martial house. His rising star and bright halo was enough to attract the attention of most martial artists. Zhu Yang was also a first-class master of the 7 profound martial house. He had the possibility to be one of the top 10 future talents of the 7 profound martial house. These two people's match symbolized a duel between the top geniuses of Sky Fortune City's younger generation. If it was just this alone, it would not have attracted the nobility of Sky Fortune City and the political figures to gather here. They did not belong in the circles of martial artists. No matter how strong Lin Ming or Zhu Yang were, this would be of no relation to any of them. The reason this match would cause them to pay special attention was because there was political significance behind it. The news of Lin Ming and Zhu Yang's match had spread out far and wide long ago. Everyone was aware that the 10th prince's mother, the imperial concubine, came from Green Mulberry City's Zhu family. This Zhu Yang also had a very high possibility of being the next head of the Zhu family. Zhu Yang was without a doubt a person of the 10th prince. But Lin Ming had rejected the 10th prince's advances when the 10th prince had tried to win him over a month ago, and instead was in favor of the crown prince. Moreover, according to reliable sources, Lin Ming and Zhu Yang had some sort of enmity between them, and Lin Ming and Mr. Mui were friends between generations. By virtue of these points alone, Lin Ming had an almost absolute possibility of being a person of the crown prince. This match, while being a duel between Lin Ming and Zhu Yang, also symbolized the struggle between the crown prince and the 10th prince. These past few years, the hidden conflicts between the crown prince and the 10th prince had occurred often, but the crown prince had lost nearly every time. Although most of these battles had not genuinely wounded the crown prince's strength, they had without a doubt weakened the crown prince's momentum. It was not a secret that the 10th prince wished to snatch the throne away. In this case, the crown prince had repeatedly suffered setbacks, and all of this perpetuated the notion that the crown prince was inferior to the 10th prince. Therefore, the people who supported the crown prince unavoidably panicked and were flustered, and less people supported the crown prince. Instead, the 10th prince's influence only grew by the day. Many of the nobility and aristocracy came today not to see the contest between Lin Ming and Zhu Yang, but the contest between the 10th prince and the crown prince. The sooner these people supported the man they thought would be the dragon who would ascend the throne, the larger the advantage they could obtain in the upcoming throne battle. Because of the appearance of these nobles, there were special protections at the martial stage, and bodyguards to protect these important guests. Due to too many important people attending, The disciples of the seven profound martial house were pushed far away. This made them angry, and criticized these nobles in their hearts. Lin Ming had already arrived. He stood quietly on the empty martial stage, his body as straight as penetrating rainbow. Faced with the eyes of everyone looking at him, and so many of them being important people, Lin Ming closed his eyes and meditated, his mind calm and tranquil like a still lake. In a battle between two of similar strength, one state of mind became very important. Even a slight change would affect the outcome of the battle. The best condition for a martial artist's mind before a battle was to be tranquil and still like water, not having even a single distracting thought. Though saying this was easy, a battle usually involved great significance. How could a martial artist settle down and keep their heart still under this condition? In addition to the disturbance from so many other possible factors, there were very few martial artists who were able to achieve this calm and tranquil mental state. However, Lin Ming had comprehended martial intent and had achieved this state. To him, this was as easy as turning his hand over. It was half an hour from the agreed match time. At this moment, a sharp, high-pitched voice suddenly called out. This was the unique sound of the palace court eunuch. The crown prince arrives. Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ming, who had been standing on the martial stage, opened his eyes. His Highness the Crown Prince had unexpectedly come. Accompanied by the clear clip-clip-clip sounds of hoofbeats, several snow dragon horses appeared and started to come into view. They were led by a young man wearing a purple gold crown and a silk imperial robe. He wore a pair of Kirin-styled boots, and delicate eyebrows framed his fair face. He had a broad forehead, and a very handsome face. His movements were filled with an innate, distinguished atmosphere. This man was His Highness, the Crown Prince. At the Crown Prince's side was an old man wearing green clothes. His face had a warm and friendly smile, yet it gave off an immeasurably deep and unfathomable aura. This person was the Crown Prince's teacher, the outsider from the Marshal's quarters, Mr. Mui. His Highness, the Crown Prince. Mr. Mui. Seeing these two famous figures come together in unison caused everyone present to feel awe. They cleared a path for these to come forward. Mui looked at Lin Ming with a smile and a nod, and Lin Ming smiled in return. There was much goodwill and friendship between Mui and Lin Ming. But good things came in pairs. Similarly, after a half-quarter hour, the 10th Prince, the Cloud Prince, also arrived. The Cloud Prince's appearance and the Crown Prince's appearance were somewhat similar. His appearance was only more resolute, his eyebrows were like swords that angled towards his temples, and above the center of his forehead was a vague purple cloud hidden under his skin. This was the legendary purple air comes from the east, the King of Air. At the Cloud Prince's side was also a slender young man in silk clothes. This young man was Zhu Yang. As soon as the 10th Prince saw Lin Ming, he smiled with a ha-ha. Little brother Lin, you've come very early. This is our first time meeting, it's nice to meet you. Though his voice was loud, there was no arrogance in it. Instead, it was very comfortable and pleasant to listen to. Lin Ming silently thought, this 10th Prince is also a character. I refused him at first, but he doesn't seem to bear a grudge. On the surface he talks and laughs joyfully with me, as if nothing had ever happened before. There seems to be some sort of silly misunderstanding between little brother Lin and Zhu Yang. The warriors of my Sky Fortune Kingdom have always resolved their hatred in a martial way. I happen to think that both of you are fine heroes among men. No matter what sort of misunderstanding or unhappiness occurred between you two, as soon as this fight is over, how about we sit down for a chat and see if we can put an end to these hostilities, and turn swords into plowshares? Turn swords into plowshares? I'm afraid Zhu Yang wants to eat my meat and flay me alive. Lin Ming understood that the 10th Prince had said these words because he didn't want to be his enemy. He politely responded, I did not expect Your Highness the Cloud Prince to watch this match. It is my utmost honor and greatest pleasure to see you here. Lin Ming's words were neither arrogant nor servile. He directly responded to the 10th Prince. The 10th Prince only smiled, and no longer said anything. At this moment, Zhu Yang dismounted and slowly stepped up onto the martial stage. As soon he saw Lin Ming, he confirmed that this boy had made a breakthrough in this month. Large success of the third stage of body transformation. Zhu Yang felt the enormous pressure, but did not feel that anything was wrong. When Lin Ming had challenged him with a deadline of 1 month, Zhu Yang had expected Lin Ming to make astonishing progress during this time. He had probably comprehended some kind of martial intent. Zhu Yang arrived on the other side of the martial stage, and stood distantly opposite of Lin Ming. There was a quarter hour until the decisive battle. Lan Yunyu was among those in the crowd. She was distantly looking at Lin Ming and Zhu Yang on stage. Her heart had overturned, and it was like all the good and bad emotions and feelings in her life had mixed together. She was the one who was most unwilling to see this fight happen. Regardless of who was victorious or who was the defeated, each option would be a knife to her heart. Her eyes still reverberated with a phantom echo of those words Zhu Yang had said to her 1 month ago, "He wants me to divorce you." She did not even dare to think what would happen if Zhu Yang were to lose, and how she would face life afterwards. She did not even have a chance to regret. Although Lin Ming and Zhu Yang had already arrived, the battle had not started. Zhu Yang closed his eyes and meditated, adjusting to his own peak condition. To him, Lin Ming was a formidable and daunting opponent. He had to adjust his pre-battle condition to its maximum, and display 120% of his strength. Only half a year ago, Lin Ming had been an irrelevant loser, unworthy of even mentioning. Even if Lin Ming had defeated that child of General Wang, Wang Yigao, it was nothing to Zhu Yang. In Zhu Yang's eyes, Wang Yigao was a good-for-nothing playboy that was not fit to be called a martial artist. Zhu Yang had not thought that there would be a day where he and Lin Ming would be standing against each other, and fighting on the martial stage in front of so many important people. Even the Crown Prince and the Cloud Prince had come to watch this fateful battle. And beyond that, Lin Ming's strength had also grown to the point of threatening him. To prepare for this battle today, he had tortured himself for a month, and had even caused the foundation of his cultivation to be a bit unstable by enhancing his strength as much as possible with precious pill. In the face of this battle, he too wished for a calm heart to face critical situations, to adjust his condition in this quarter hour before facing this great enemy. This was a battle he could not afford to lose. The victory and defeat of this battle not only concerned Zhu Yang's future, but it concerned his dignity as a martial artist, and more so, his dignity as a man. As the sundial shadow began to gradually move, it finally became noon. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open. "It's time." Zheng. With a loud ringing sound, Lin Ming flourished his spear, penetrating rainbow. It was just like a dark purple flood dragon that shivered as it fell into Lin Ming's hand. At this moment, Lin Ming had not fought, but his indomitable aura had already been released and it billowed outwards. Everyone present, even if their cultivation was higher than Lin Ming's, felt an invisible pressure pushing down on them. This aura, is this really something that a martial artist at the 3rd stage of body transformation can release? This Lin Ming is too strong, his imposing manner and aura are enough to make one feel breathless. Even the disciples of the 7 profound martial house were fearfully startled. This Lin Ming's power was rising too fast. They hadn't seen him in a month, and his strength had already risen to another level. Zhu Yang took a deep breath and slowly drew out his treasure sword. This sword in his hand was a low-grade human steppe treasure, one of the best among its kind. Its name was Scarlet Flare, and it had already accompanied him for many years. He had long ago been able to communicate with his sword. Facing Lin Ming, it was impossible to count on his opponent being weak. He could only ask that his own strength was stronger. Fu. With a light sound, Zhu Yang's sword lit with flames visible to the naked eye, substantializing true essence and giving it tangible form. This was a stage that only those a step away from reaching the pulse condensation period could achieve. Generally only those who were at the large success of bone forging were able to reach this realm, but Zhu Yang, who was only at the early altering muscle stage, had already achieved this. Lin Ming and Zhu Yang had not fought, but with just a few random movements, they had already displayed their frightening strength as the pinnacles among talents. This was a fierce struggle between 2 evenly matched opponents. The entire martial stage audience was silent, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The audience was silent with bated breath, and they steadily looking, with unblinking eyes, at the stage that held 2 solitary figures, for fear of missing even a single thing. Chapter 103, Gather momentum. Chapter 103, Gather momentum. Layer upon layer of crimson air emanated from Zhu Yang's sword. The meaning of Zhu Yang's name was vermilion flame, and his true essence also shared this fiery property. Therefore Zhu Yang's sword skills were often associated with fire. By virtue of the characteristics of his true essence, if he used martial skills of the fire attribute, then their power would also increase. As the crimson airwaves surged from Zhu Yang's blade, the chilly autumn air that had enveloped the martial stage began to turn into a scorching wind. Zhu Yang made his move. Fiery true essence flooded into the scarlet flame sword. Zhu Yang's sword light wove a big net in the air, as if it were a burning cloud of fire that blotted out the sky. Martial skill, limitless sunset shine, waves of billowing heat flowed outwards and a sizzling, feverish swelter enveloped the entire martial stage as the temperature shot up. The disciples who were standing nearby were forced backwards. The important figures were protected by their guards, who had set up barriers of true essence to protect them. This Zhu Yang, as soon as he started, had used a martial skill. He was using everything he had to win. Surrounded by the burning hot clouds that dyed the sky red, the innumerable tiny units in Lin Ming's body began to resonate together. True essence began to spontaneously vibrate within his body. This was the thick true essence that Lin Ming had obtained from reaching the second level of the true primal chaos formula. As his thick true essence vibrated, the 820 Jin spear, penetrating rainbow, also began to tremble, carrying with it a terrifying lethality. This vibration became increasingly strong, and it began to fuse with Lin Ming's aura and turned into howling gales of strong heavenly wind that scattered in all direction. As this crimson cloud front came towards him, Lin Ming stood motionless. Suddenly, he moved his right hand and thrust it out. Peng! There was a deafening sound of an explosion. The momentum of the spear was like an avalanche, and the limitless crimson flames were swept upwards by an indefatigable wind and became a flame tornado. At the center of this fire, among the circling embers, was a whirlpool of flames that concentrated at the tip of the spear. This current was suddenly thrown at Zhu Yang. Pa! The swirling eddy was like a rotating cone that pierced Zhu Yang's body. Before those watching had a chance to call out in alarm, Zhu Yang, who had been pierced by this cone of flame wind, had distorted into a shade that gradually disappeared. After image? It's God's shadow step. This Zhu Yang, he actually managed to cultivate such a profound movement technique. Zhu Yang had not publicly fought for over 6 months. The disciples of the 7 profound martial house only knew of his strength through his ranking on the ranking stone. But they were not able to look into the 10,000 killing array, and thus they could not see how Zhu Yang fought, or know what sort of skills and abilities he could use. Zhu Yang was like a phantasmal ghost that faded into the wind. He instantly appeared at Lin Ming's side. No, it was more accurate to say that it wasn't Zhu Yang that had appeared first, but his sword. In that flash, his sword struck out 24 times. Cha. Sword light covered the sky in a tight and deadly net. Zhu Yang's skillful swordsmanship had already arrived at the point of perfection. When he was just 14 years old, Zhu Yang had already been infamous for his swordsmanship in Green Mulberry City. He had later joined the army for 1 year, and then tortured himself practicing for 2.5 years at the 7 Profound Martial House. In this 3-year period, he had even comprehended his own understandings of the sword. His sword was to the point where it seemed to melt into the emptiness. One could not see his sword, only the sword light. Not even Zhu Yang could clearly see the path of his sword. How could it be blocked? Even the top 40 disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House rankings and the bone forging stage masters who came to protect the important personages felt a chill crawl up their spines as they watched this sword light. If it were them exchanging blows, then in the midst of such otherworldly sword light, even they would have been defeated. Lin Ming's movement technique was only the foundation movement technique. How could he dodge? All of these thoughts occurred in an instant. Between the flashes of sword light, they all thought that it was too late. But at this moment, Lin Ming lifted his spear. Penetrating rainbow rushed out like a brilliant black dragon. In that strike, true essence vibrated like a sea of churning water, and scattered in all directions towards these sword lights. Ding 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 ding. In a split second, it was unknown how many times penetrating rainbow hit Zhu Yang's sword. In that moment, Zhu Yang felt as if his sword was cutting at a mountain. Lin Ming's spear carried with it a vibrating true essence as if it were an angry earthquake occurring on a mountain, and forcefully scattered all of the sword lights. Zhu Yang simply could not shake off Lin Ming's spear. If he did not withdraw his sword, he felt that he could possibly stab Lin Ming. But he had a feeling that if he was just a tiny bit slow, then his body would be torn apart by this intense vibration. This strange vibration was putting an enormous pressure upon Zhu Yang's sword, as if it were a fish that was drowning in a quagmire. Seeing even his body being affected by this vibration, Zhu Yang forcefully gathered his true essence and retreated. Dong 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 dong. Zhu Yang staggered and fell to ground. It was difficult to even take a few steps back. His movements had lost all of their previous light and lively elegance. Millimeter? What happened to Zhu Yang? What just happened? Zhu Yang had put out so many sword strikes. How was he driven back by Lin Ming's spear? How did he not stab him? His sword moves are fast enough that they have no shadow. It should be much faster than Lin Ming's spear. Of everyone present, almost no one was able to understand the mysteries contained in Lin Ming's spear. In their opinion, with Zhu Yang's superior movement and sword speed, he should have easily avoided Lin Ming's spear and pierced Lin Ming with his sword. However, what happened was that Zhu Yang had been placed into an exceedingly perilous situation by Lin Ming's spear. Lin Ming was like a calm, unyielding mountain that towered on the stage. He had not even taken one step. Even those guards at the bone forging stage were unable to understand what had just happened. Hearing all of these people's discussions, Hongxi smiled with a hee-hee. In his heart he secretly thought, Lin Ming, this kid is really a monster. He managed to integrate the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist into his spear. If one hasn't tasted this scary spear before, they cannot understand just how terrifying that feeling is. At the start, this father also ate many invisible losses due to that move. Now this boy is also going to give Zhu Yang a taste of what it's like. Zhu Yang managed to stop the rolling blood in his heart with great difficulty, and he was secretly cold sweating. In that moment, he had felt his heartbeat's rhythm change. It was as if the entire blood flow in his body had been blocked by a countercurrent. Just what was going on here? He looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was standing straight, gripping penetrating rainbow in his hand and pointing it at him. In this pose and figure, the eyes that he was looking at Zhu Yang with seemed deep and unfathomable. A feeling gripped Zhu Yang so that he couldn't move for a moment. Millimeter? Fear. Zhu Yang startled. There had actually been a subconscious feeling of fear that had emerged from his heart. Fear was the death knell of a martial artist's heart of martial arts. The Dream Trial's first hurdle was to test courage to overcome their fear. And this fearful feeling had come from Lin Ming, this boy. Zhu Yang's heart surged with an inexplicable anger. He was unable to accept this. He could not accept that his arrogant and vaunted pride had been trampled upon by this little child that he had regarded as nothing but an ant. Zhu Yang's eyes flashed with a cold light. His anger made him cut apart this feeling of fear. His figure rushed out, and a series of after-images followed him. As Zhu Yang sprinted forward, a 3-foot crimson flame erupted around his sword. This flame image was created by Zhu Yang pouring a massive amount of true essence into his sword. Since his speed wasn't enough, then Zhu Yang would win through strength. Zhu Yang shouted, and he jumped upwards. He gripped his sword with both hands, and slashed down. Falling star slash. That's the medium-grade human step falling star slash. It is a martial skill stronger than the limitless sunset shine. By the time the crowd had exclaimed a few words, Zhu Yang's sword had already absorbed all of the surrounding fire essence. The majesty of this sword was like a fiery, burning meteor from the heavens that smashed downward. Lin Ming's lips curved. Strength against strength. That was his favorite. Lin Ming wielded his spear. Penetrating rainbow scattered sparks into the air as it drew a circular arc on the ground, and a full moon pattern appeared on the hard surface of the martial stage. Lin Ming aimed at Zhu Yang's sword point, and thrusted forward. To stab a master's sword point in the middle of a fight where both parties were using lightning-quick moves was easier said than done. However, For many years Lin Ming had been practicing his accuracy as he deboned, and in that 1 month of crazy spear practice, Lin Ming had acquired a solid foundation of his skills. He could wield his spear like it was his arm. Even if it were a concealed needle or other hidden weapon, Lin Ming could find it with his spear point. Ding! Lin Ming thrusted his spear at Zhu Yang's sword point. This 3-foot scarlet flare sword, how could it compare to the 820 Jin penetrating rainbow spear? A screeching, teeth-aching sound of metal bending filled the air as the scarlet flame sword and penetrating rainbow spear met each other. Because of the huge pressure from both of them colliding, they even bent like a full moon. As this happened, Lin Ming vibrated his true essence to counter Zhu Yang's falling star slash. The intense vibrations caused Zhu Yang's blood flow to well up once more. Peng! The scarlet flare sword rebounded, and Zhu Yang was sent flying backward. But falling star slash was a medium-grade human step martial skill after all. Lin Ming was forced back 3 steps by Zhu Yang's heat wave and momentum. This is the first time Lin Ming was forced back. Not just a retreat, but from the time he came on stage to now, this was the first time he's made a footstep. Everyone had naturally noticed this detail. Before now, Lin Ming had not moved a single step. Words just aren't enough to describe this. Lin Ming's indomitable aura is steadfast like a mountain. To make him move just proves how much pressure there was in Zhu Yang's momentum. The old disciples present said. They were not willing to see Zhu Yang lose. To a famed old disciple losing to a rising new student, they felt as if they were in the same boat. Big brother, do you think this match between Lin Ming and Zhu Yang looks somewhat similar to the one he had with Zhong Kang? Zhu Yang wasn't stabbed or pierced, but he is still under a tremendous influence. Ta Ku said to Ling Sen as they watched the match. They were standing at a corner of the martial stage. Millimeter Lin Ming's spear thrust has a mystery inside. Before, I read some ancient texts and they have recorded that martial artists who had reached the large success of spear skills are able to comprehend rules of the world and understand certain laws. They can place these laws into their spear and form spear potentials. Swords and sabers also have similar concepts. This kind of master does not need any weapon when facing the enemy. As long as they depend upon these potentials, they can completely kill their enemies. Lin Ming's spear skill reminds me of these records. Big brother, the more you talk, the iffier you sound. Lin Ming is how old? How could he possibly comprehend this spear potential? Of course he can't, otherwise he simply wouldn't need a spear to deal with Zhu Yang. All he would need is a thought to kill his enemy. Lin Ming's spear hasn't even bumped Zhu Yang, but Zhu Yang has still been affected. This point really looks like spear potential. As Ling Sen and Ta Ku were talking, Zhu Yang was once again fighting Lin Ming. Zhu Yang no longer used martial skill, he didn't even use his magnificent and beautiful sword lights. All he used were simple, straightforward sword moves. However, even like this, he felt as if his sword was being pressed down by an invisible strength, and every stroke he made was restrained. In contrast, Lin Ming's moves were becoming increasingly fierce. He was gathering his momentum. Chapter 104, Amazing Spear. Chapter 104, Amazing Spear. This was the greatest harvest from the days that Lin Ming and Hong Shi sparred against each other. This was to use move after move and gather one's momentum, and after accumulating all of the residual momentum, to have that last strike erupt out and sweep all away. Lin Ming's spear seemed much slower than Zhu Yang. When Zhu Yang made 3 moves, Lin Ming only made 1. But what was incredible was that Lin Ming's one spear was able to block all 3 of Zhu Yang's sword move. This made one have very contradictory feelings. Those martial artists whose cultivations were too shallow could not understand the complex mysteries and profound principles in these 2 young men's fight. They would only feel like Zhu Yang was making useless moves, and in every 3 moves he made, there might not even be one that was useful. On the reserved seating area, a noble man over 30 years old was watching Zhu Yang and Lin Ming's fight, and shaking his head. This Zhu Yang is just too mediocre. His sword moves are just too gaudy. All he has is looks without substance, it's not very practical. These kinds of sword moves look nice, but have too many flaws to connect. Ah Wei, what do you think? This noble himself was only a second-grade martial arts talent. He was over 30 years old, and was at the early third stage of body transformation. He had some small insights into martial artist, so he asked his guard this question. "My lord, Zhu Yang's sword has indeed lost its light and sublime feeling. This subordinate does find it strange." The sword light that Zhu Yang had displayed before was truly swift and fierce. Even if it were this subordinate facing that sword light, I would not have full confidence to grasp it. This guard was also over 30 years old, and he was at the early fifth stage of body transformation. However, when he saw Zhu Yang display his sword skills before, he could not help but acknowledge his skill. If he were against Zhu Yang, his assurance of winning would only be 30 or 40%. "You cannot defend against that sword light?" The noble smiled, but thought otherwise in his heart. "Ah Wei, you think too little of yourself. These years in the Seven Profound Martial House, besides Ling Sen, Ta Ku, and a few others, the people there have been getting worse and worse with each generation. In the past, the martial arts of the Seven Profound Martial House were able to fight those a stage above them as if they were having a simple meal. But you just look at this Zhu Yang. If I remember correctly, he is in the top 30 rankings of the ranking stone, and the sword in his hand." The noble was prepared to elaborate on a few more of these martial arts insights, when the smile on his face suddenly froze. On the stage, Lin Ming and Zhu Yang's fight had already reached the edge of the platform. As Lin Ming thrusted out his spear, Zhu Yang moved sideways to avoid. Because Lin Ming's spear hit nothing, it continued thrusting until it hit a thick column at the edge of the stage. He withdrew his spear, but at the same time, an incredible scene took place. After being struck by Lin Ming's spear, that thick stone column broke apart with an explosion from top to bottom. Along with the crashing sounds, numerous stone fragments rolled down like peas, and finally turned to a small pile of rubble. This stone column was completely destroyed. It was as if that stone column was held together by tofu. What is going on here? The noble's eyes were looking straight out. He had clearly seen a moment ago that Lin Ming's thrust had not hit, and he had only withdrawn his spear. But before he had withdrawn his spear, that spear had lightly scratched a spot on the surface, and that had actually caused the 20 feet high stone column to explode into a pile of crushed rocks. And the biggest crushed rock was only the size of a fist. It was not only this noble, but everyone present, including Ling Sen, Ta Ku, Mui, and other masters were all equally shocked. Some people even subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen an illusion. Was that really caused by a spear? To crush a stone column was actually very easy. Many of the masters and experts present had this strength, but to have a spear do it to a stone column and have the biggest rubble piece only be the size of a fist, none of those present were able to achieve this. Even Mui could not. Although he could send out countless sword lights in a flash and cut the stone column apart, resulting in almost identical effects, his sword actually could not create such an effect with just a touch. Even the normally stable crown prince had lost his calm as he saw these scenes. "Teacher, what kind of spear skill?" The crown prince had a certain understanding of martial arts, but he had never seen a martial skill like this before. Mui shook his head. "Your Highness, I am not sure." As the last piece of crushed stone stopped rolling, the entire audience was silent at the martial stage. They were shocked and shaken by this scene. But the various masters of the Seven Profound Martial House, like Ling Sen, Ta Ku, and several other old deacons, saw this pile of rubble and had faint, blossoming suspicions in their hearts. Although it was reasonable, they did not even dare to believe this suspicious. This move, could it be? Zhu Yang looked at this pile of rubble closely. His right hand gripped his sword tightly, and because of excessive force, his knuckles began to turn white. Body-tearing bone-shattering fist. You've cultivated the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. Zhu Yang had specially gone to the depository before to look at the martial skills that Lin Ming had chosen. Now, he finally understood the reason why Lin Ming was able to contain him. This was because he had managed to cultivate the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. That he could keep hold of Zhong Kang's saber with his empty palm, and use only that fist wind to push back Zhong Kang, was because he had relied on this body-tearing bone-shattering fist. Zhu Yang also suddenly understood that it was the true essence vibration that was described on the jade slip of the body-tearing bone-shattering fist. This was what had caused his insides to lose their normal rhythm, and cause all of his body's blood to want to flow in reverse. How could this Lin Ming possibly have managed to learn the body-tearing bone-shattering fist? Body-tearing bone-shattering fist. Those present were stunned. For most of them, this body-tearing bone-shattering fist was just an unknown cultivation method. And listening to such a vulgar name, it couldn't be any sort of amazing or powerful martial skill. However, to the disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House, the name of body-tearing bone-shattering fist struck their hearts like a savage earthquake. Before Lin Ming had become famous, most people had never heard of this incomplete martial skill. However, after he had defeated Zhong Kang and become the 62nd ranking disciple of the 10,000 killing array, the cultivation methods and martial skills he had chosen also became famous. The pair foundation spear technique and foundation movement technique cultivation methods that normally no one would as for had suddenly become two of the most wanted manuals overnight. But the body-tearing bone-shattering fist had been left behind. It was inevitable that people would see what was wrong with this cultivation method. Low-grade earth step cultivation method. Loss rate, 70%. Seeing these 2 points, even the fanatical fans of Lin Ming mania would not be so stupid or empty-headed to choose this manual. The body-tearing bone-shattering fist was only deemed as a low-grade earth step manual because it was lacking the most important beginning section, so its rank was unable to be judged by the elder who was responsible for ranking these cultivation methods. Nobody actually knew its true ranking. It had to be known that the higher a cultivation method was, the more difficult it was to practice. If the body-tearing bone-shattering fist was complete, it would be far more difficult to cultivate than Zhu Yang's falling star slash and limitless sunset shine. Without the heaven-defying perception of a monstrous genius, it would be a ridiculous dream for anyone in the body transformation stage to want to practice an earth step martial skill. Much less, this martial skill was incomplete. Not only was it incomplete, but the beginning of it was incomplete. For most martial skills, if the later sections were missing, the beginning portions could still be practiced. But if the beginning was incomplete, then a martial skill would have no value at all. Otherwise, how would the Seven Profound Valleys possibly place an earth step cultivation method like the body-tearing bone-shattering fist in the Seven Profound Martial House's outer pavilion? That place was simply a garbage disposal for their unwanted jade slip. The people who saw Lin Ming choose the body-tearing bone-shattering fist had disagreed with him. Even if it was a crazy fan of Lin Ming's, they had not thought he would perceive anything from meditating on this cultivation method. But Lin Ming, even in this situation, had relied on this cultivation at the third stage of body transformation to learn this body-tearing bone-shattering fist, that not even the hidden and mysterious Yantian experts of the Seven Profound Valleys were able to understand. Was this really a human? Throughout the entire history of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, or even the entire history of the Sky Spill continent, this Lin Ming had the most terrifying perception to ever exist. This fellow, he was simply the reincarnation of a heavenly god or devilish demon. No wonder Lin Ming had made such astonishing progress in just a few short months. With this kind of godlike perception, any talent was simply floating clouds, just nothing but trash. The 10th prince had already been made aware of what sort of manual this body-tearing bone-shattering fist was. He did not need his subordinates to explain it to him. The 10th prince had enough achievements in the martial arts aspects to know what it meant to be able to cultivate such a skill. He looked towards Lin Ming's form on the stage, and his face began to darken, becoming increasingly somber and terrible. He had not thought that he had underestimated Lin Ming. This young man was actually terrifying to such a degree. The 10th prince's heart had a faint premonition. If he truly became enemies with Lin Ming, and was unable to annihilate him before he grew, then Lin Ming would become the biggest barrier on his road to snatching the throne. As the fight had progressed to this stage, victory or defeat had already become secondary. It was possible that even if Lin Ming lost to Zhu Yang in this battle, his reputation would even be more resounding. It would spread throughout the entire capital. Facing Lin Ming, who was like a reincarnation of some divine being, even though Zhu Yang's heart of martial arts was strong, he had completely lost the courage to fight. Zhu Yang knew that even if he defeated Lin Ming today, in just a few months, it would be reversed and he would be defeated. He had annoyed an enemy which he absolutely should not have stirred up. Kill him. Zhu Yang's heart suddenly gave birth to this idea. Before Lin Ming grew, he had to kill him. This was the only solution. However, to assassinate someone in the Seven Profound Martial House was too tough and too difficult. Moreover, once they were discovered, regardless of whom it was, the Seven Profound Martial House would take their life as recompense. On the contrary, if he killed someone during a battle, even though it was serious and flagrant violation of the Seven Profound Martial House's regulations, it was not a crime worthy of death. After all, in matches where both parties' strengths were similar, there were occasions that could cause death. Chapter 105, Torrential River Rope. Chapter 105, Torrential River Rope. Even though I will be punished, it is far better than being surpassed by Lin Ming in the future. Moreover, a dead genius is no longer a genius. The Seven Profound Martial House will not kill me over someone who is dead. With the 10th Prince secretly helping me, the worst that will happen is I will be dismissed from the martial house and banished or exiled to the frontier. But to Zhu Yang, being banished didn't mean anything anymore. As for being dismissed from the martial house, although it was a pity, it was absolutely worth it as long as he could kill Lin Ming. This was the only chance he had to assassinate Lin Ming. But, did he really have the ability to kill Lin Ming? In his heart, Zhu Yang lacked confidence. I still have my strongest martial skill. But, this martial skill has an enormous toll on the body. I can usually only display 60% of its full might, but if I recklessly stimulate myself to force out 100% of its abilities, I might damage my meridians. If I damage these meridians, it will be difficult to connect and open them, and become a great barrier when I want to break through to the pulse condensation period. But since it's come to this point, I have no other choices left. Zhu Yang's face flashed with ferociousness as he triggered all of the true essence in his body to the limit. The scarlet flare sword in his hand began to issue out a shrill, keening sound. Zhu Yang's going to go all out. What a terrifying true essence force. I'm afraid even a martial artist at the bone forging stage does not have such terrifying true essence. After everyone realized that Lin Ming had perceived the secrets of the body-tearing bone-shattering fist through meditation, no one doubted Zhu Yang's strength again. That Zhu Yang could exchange blows for such a long time with a monstrous genius like Lin Ming was testament to his extraordinary skill. Lin Ming faintly smiled as he felt a heavy murderous intent emanating from Zhu Yang. You want to go all out? Then I'll follow you. From the very start of the fight until now, Lin Ming had been gathering his potential. Even though he had been using his full strength with every strike, he had been saving his momentum. To constantly use moves and save momentum, this was the key to gathering one's potential in a fight. Now all of Lin Ming's potential was poured into the penetrating rainbow spear, waiting for this last, final strike. This fight today is the most important fight in my life so far. And Zhu Yang, he is also the most important opponent in my life so far. In the Seven Profound Martial House's entrance examinations dream trial, he was the cause for the flaw in my heart. Today, I and Zhu Yang will put forth our strongest moves, and I will defeat him to complete my perfect heart of martial art. As Lin Ming walked forward step by heavy step, the hard floor tiles underneath him cracked and exploded into flying shards. Lin Ming's right arm was flat and smooth, and lay upon penetrating rainbow. This was the most basic spear stance, iron bridge blocks the river. Yet in Lin Ming's hands, even such a simple stance gave off a boundless feeling of vigor. The dark purple penetrating rainbow was calm as if it were a cast iron statue. It was like a rope that stretched across a torrential river. No matter how the river flowed and surged, it was unable to shake that rope a single inch. Unmovable no matter the force, iron bridge blocks the river. It's the foundation spear technique stance, iron bridge blocks the river. Heavens! I finally get to see senior apprentice brother Lin Ming's iron bridge blocks the river in action again. A little girl half a year younger than Lin Ming clenched her fists in excitement. Her face was ruddy with joy. She had just entered the human hall. To many of the lower disciples in the human hall, Lin Ming and his iron bridge blocks the river stance were a legend. Many of the lower disciples from the human hall came from a humble birth and background, and their worth was meager. In the Seven Profound Martial House, because they were the most basic and lowest of disciples, they did not have any nice cultivation methods to choose from. Although they had the glory and honor of being a disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House, they did not entertain high hopes for the future. However, Lin Ming, who had also came from a humble birth, had used the foundation spear technique to defeat Zhong Kang, a master of the Earth Hall. And he had used the iron bridge blocks the river stance. This was a miracle. In Lin Ming's hands, the simple, minimalist iron bridge blocks the river stance had become tranquil and immutable like a mountain. Any magnificent or exquisite martial skill was broken by a single spear. Alone strength to shatter 10,000 styles. The only person in all of the Seven Profound Martial House who could use the foundation spear technique to resist Zhu Yang's finishing blow was Lin Ming. Facing Lin Ming's iron bridge blocks the river, Zhu Yang's complexion became filled with unprecedented dignity. This was the most important match in his entire life. Even if Lin Ming used the foundation spear technique, he would not look down on a single fine hair of his. Against such a monstrous genius of perception, any cultivation method in his hands could be turned into a divine miracle. Ha! Zhu Yang shouted. The silk clothes that covered his upper body began to burn up in flames from the searing airwaves that were condensed by his true essence. The charred fragments of his clothes fluttered down to the floor. Zhu Yang ripped off his robe like a slip of paper and tore it to shreds. He revealed a toned, muscular upper body, but because of the high amount of true essence that converged on him, his skin was red like a fiery demon. The scarlet flame sword in his hands combusted into a brilliant, shimmering flame. Zhu Yang could not yet feel the fiery true essence damaging his meridians, but the pain was like countless flame needles that gripped him. However, this pain had actually filled Zhu Yang with a bloodthirsty excitement. Die! Zhu Yang's still body suddenly soared upwards into the sky. Whistling flames in the air formed together into phantasmal illusions. Zhu Yang gripped his sword with both hands and lifted it high above his head. His spine curved like a drawn bow. Fire true essence began to gather all around Zhu Yang. It condensed together and turned into a blood-red lotus that began to quietly bloom in the air. Red Lotus Purgatory. The entire space seemed to flash black for a moment. This strange red lotus swallowed that dark light, and it was as if it contained not just true essence, but had also gathered the blazing sun. Facing Zhu Yang's killing move, at that moment, Lin Ming's mind was calm like water. His ears had lost all outside noise, whether it was the sound of burning flames, or the cheers and shouts of the audience. In his vision, he only saw Zhu Yang. In his heart, there was only the penetrating rainbow. All of his momentum had gathered into penetrating rainbow. The strong true essence violently vibrated. Lin Ming thrusted out his spear, and it was like throwing down a mountain. Bang! Lin Ming's spear and Zhu Yang's red lotus purgatory frantically collided. There was a loud, deafening detonation like a rumbling thunderbolt. That intense collision of true essence sparked a fierce shockwave, along with a ka sound as the martial stage was destroyed. Large broken pieces of tiles flew off everywhere in the air. Pang! A silhouette wrapped in crimson flames flew outwards and loudly hit a column on the martial stage. Along with a breaking sound, the stone column was smashed apart from the center. This silhouette was Zhu Yang. At this moment his entire body was bathed in blood. He was unconscious on the ground, life or death unknown. And Lin Ming was not feeling good. He was injured in the impact of that terrifying strike, and he had flown backwards several dozen feet before using penetrating rainbow to steady himself in the air and fall on the ground with the support of the spear shaft. His blood began to roil, and he almost spat out blood, but by revolving the true primal chaos formula, he was just able to press it down. What a ferocious move. If I had not learned to gather my momentum and set all of it aside for a final blow, then just that move a moment ago would have defeated me. The best case was both of us being wounded. The aftermath of the impact broke through my protection of vibrating true essence and only almost made me cough blood. This was thanks to my true essence from the large success in viscera training, otherwise that strike would have injured my internal organs and caused me to be severely wounded. Zhu Yang's last move had gone all out and overdrawn his strength. His injuries this time will not be light. Zzz. As the fragments of flames still burned, the entire audience was dead silent. This was the pinnacle of battle. Even two peak bone forging martial artists could not be so intense. Zhu Yang was already a top-tier talent, but Lin Ming had actually jumped up half a realm to defeat him. Did Zhu Yang die? That last move of Zhu Yang's was an absolutely desperate one with his life on the line. Red Lotus Purgatory is not a martial skill Zhu Yang can use. He has overdrawn his true essence. Overdrawing true essence will harm one's cultivation. For Zhu Yang to do that in order to win this match, his obsession runs too deep. But even so, Zhu Yang was defeated. This Lin Ming is truly terrifying. There were many masters and experts present. They had naturally seen how the final fight had played out. Even several elders of the martial house were present. They had seen the murderous killing intent contained in Zhu Yang's final move. I find it strange. Even though Lin Ming's perception is good, his martial talent is bad. It should be impossible for him to progress so quickly, and yet in these last 2 months his cultivation has leapt up an entire realm. How was this possible? This seems to be because Lin Ming has comprehended some kind of martial intent. Martial intent? What's that? Well, I have only heard about it. I don't know the specifics, but it should be powerful. 2 of the low-level human hall disciples were having a casual conversation, however their conversation had been overheard by one of the top 50 disciples of the ranking stone. His eyes immediately widened. What did you just say? Martial intent. Lin Ming had comprehended a martial intent. Ah, yes. That low-order disciple said with a look of bewilderment. Who told you that? That heavenly abode disciple was suddenly all excited. This made the low-order disciple feel a bit of fear. Facing a top 50 ranking disciple of the heavenly abode, it was impossible for them not to feel pressured. This matter was said by the deacon of the Icy Pond Waterfall, senior apprentice brother Xiedong. Xiedong, the heavenly abode disciple gulped. Although Xiedong had not reached the pulse condensation period, he was a deacon who had worked at the 7 Profound Martial House for many years. His experience was vast, and it was impossible for him to be so wrong. This Lin Ming had actually managed to comprehend a martial intent, the perception of a monstrous genius, a pure and strong heart of martial arts that was a cut above everyone else, and he also had a martial intent. It was just too terrifying. At this time, the medical personnel of the 7 Profound Martial House hurried on stage to apply medicine to Zhu Yang. But Lin Ming had already stepped down from the martial stage. His true essence had already been depleted from the fight, and at present his combat strength had fallen by several levels. He might not even be able to hold off a normal 3rd stage of body transformation martial artist. But still, there was a hidden aura on Lin Ming's body that emanated. Along with his formidable strength and monstrous perception he had just displayed, this made those people looking at him feel bursts of pressure. This was the dread that came from seeing a powerhouse. When Lin Ming stepped down, several of those nearby pulled back. Even the martial artists that had been famous for a long time made way with respect. And those low-order disciples who had idolized him only worshipped him Lin Ming with more fanaticism. Mr. Lin Ming, congratulations. Crown Prince Yang Lin stood up from afar and warmly greeted him. Among his words was just the right amount of veneration. This was the respect he demonstrated to a powerhouse, and had disregarded his status. Chapter 106, Rise to Fame. Chapter 106, Rise to Fame. Crown Prince, Your Highness. Mr. Mui. Lin Ming greeted with a smile. Haha, little brother Lin. Your growth is more and more astonishing. Mui's heart filled with many emotions. He had thought that he already overestimated Lin Ming, but now he discovered that Lin Ming kept exceeding his expectations time and time again to create miracles. Mr. Lin Ming, if you do not mind, how about coming to my palace? I will host a banquet for you as a welcoming reception. Yang Lin said with warm enthusiasm. Lin Ming let loose a light breath and said, I'm sorry, Your Highness, but in the fight just now I exhausted myself too much and must take some time to restore myself. I also attained some faint insights in this battle and would like to go back to digest them. I must decline the Crown Prince's kindness with thanks. In a few days, I will certainly pay a personal visit. Millimeter. That is also good. When Mr. Lin Ming decides to pay a visit, send a sound-transmitting talisman to inform me and I shall wait patiently for you. 10th Prince Yang Zhan watched the Crown Prince and Lin Ming speaking to each other from a distance, and his face began to darken. At this point, Yang Zhan received a message via True Essence. Your Highness, Lin Ming has accepted the Crown Prince's invitation. Millimeter. Your Highness, Zhu Yang's wounds are too severe. We must take out the Millennium Stone Milk, otherwise Zhu Yang's internal injuries will leave behind scars that will affect his future cultivation, said one of the medical personnel that had treated Zhu Yang. His last move had overdrawn his true essence, created damages within his body and destroyed parts of the meridians that hadn't developed yet. In addition, he was struck by Lin Ming and sent flying. The degree to which he was injured could be imagined. The medical personnel of the Seven Profound Martial House naturally used high-quality medicines, but these medicines could not actually be regarded as the best. The 10th Prince shook his head and said, "Don't use it." Early on he had expected that this fight would be exceptionally intense. This was because Zhu Yang and Lin Ming had a grudge between them, and this fight would have no pulled punches. It would be normal for one of them to have severe injuries. Therefore he brought a special type of wondrous and precious medicine that could cure wounds, called the Millennium Stone Milk. This was found in the Millennium Limestone Cave, and flowed from a stone stalactite that contained the aura and spirit of the world. It took over a dozen years to gather a small vial of this liquid. Each drop was worth nearly 10,000 gold taels. This stone milk could not only bring back those near death, but it also had advantages for the cultivation of martial artist. The 10th Prince had originally planned to give this to Lin Ming if he had been injured seriously enough to affect his cultivation. If he used this Millennium Stone Milk to win over Lin Ming, he believed that Lin Ming would not refuse. After all, the one who had a grudge with Lin Ming was Zhu Yang. The 10th Prince had neither bitter hatred nor enmity towards him. The 10th Prince thoroughly believed that the strongest bonds between humans were not things like friendship, affection, or love, but solely personal benefit. But now, the one who had been severely wounded was Zhu Yang. Not only that, but Lin Ming had displayed an unprecedented and monstrous perception. This made the 10th Prince feel a very heavy headache. He simply didn't know how to deal with Lin Ming. To assassinate him, he dared not and could not. And winning over, he could not win him over. If he showed goodwill, they would not appreciate his kindness. Moreover, his situation with Zhu Yang was tricky. If he continued to support Zhu Yang, then without a doubt, he would be standing opposite to Lin Ming. This was something that the 10th Prince absolutely did not want to see. Sky Fortune Kingdom was a country that advocated the use of force. Lin Ming represented not only his own strength, but the glory and prestige of all martial artists. He was a genius of a century within the Seven Profound Martial House. This title was too amazing for a martial artist. If the Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists saw that this person had pledged his loyalty to the Crown Prince, then where would they look, what would they think? If he could discard Zhu Yang and trade him for Lin Ming, the 10th Prince would absolutely 100% do this. The key, however, was that even if he discarded Zhu Yang, Lin Ming may not help him. This gave the 10th Prince a headache. This Zhu Yang, he gave him a lot of trouble. Bidding the Crown Prince farewell, Lin Ming immediately went to pay a visit to Hongxi. Hongxi's guidance was very important in defeating Zhu Yang this time. If he did not have Hongxi teaching him the training method of piercing leaves, then his attack speed would have been a lot slower. He also would not have known how to save his momentum during a fight. At Zhu Yang's final strike, he might not necessarily have been able to hold it down. This fight played out so beautifully. Hongxi did not begrudge his appreciation of the fight. Thanks to instructor's teachings. Haha, this is not because of my teachings. If you had a different instructor, you could also have one. I heard that you have some new comprehensions. Millimeter. About the heart of martial arts. Good. Your results today are essential to your heart of martial arts. Hurry up and go back to ponder them. Don't uselessly talk about it to me here. Okay then, instructor. I will go first. After Lin Ming left, the people gathered at the martial stage began to disperse. Some martial artists had been discussing the fight with excitement. That single spear touch on the stone column had caused that 20-feet-high stone column to turn into rumble from top to bottom, and the foundation spear technique had managed to defeat the Red Lotus Purgatory. These scenes were enough to make those martial artists exhilarated and excited. His large success of the third stage had the strength of someone at the bone forging stage. If Lin Ming reached the bone forging boundary, how would it be then? And most importantly, he was only 15 years old. He had been at the Seven Profound Martial House for only a mere 2 months. Before then, Lin Ming had come from a humble birth and did not have many resources he possibly could have used. If he had the key cultivation methods and resources of the Seven Profound Martial House, then his achievements would have been unimaginable. If he could keep this rate of growth, then that really would go against heaven's will. Before, there were people that had paid attention to Lin Ming. After all, he was the first-place new disciple. But at that time, most of them had thought that this was only because Lin Ming's luck was good, and he had managed to eat some valuable material. But now, they knew that Lin Ming had the unprecedented perception of a monster. He had depended on his cultivation at the third stage of body transformation to cultivate an earth stepper cultivation method, and moreover, that cultivation method was incomplete. With such a genius born, along with the 6th-grade talent Qin Xingxuan, this generation might be the most amazing one in all of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial history. The martial artists were excited, but those noblemen and dignitaries were more concerned with what Lin Ming politically represented. Without a doubt, Lin Ming would rise. Becoming a supermaster was only a question of time. And a supermaster had immense weight and influence within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. For instance, Mui was a visiting official of the marshal's quarters and at the same time he was the teacher of the Crown Prince. He had a high and lofty status within Sky Fortune City. Even if the emperor saw Mui, he would have to treat him with a certain amount of respect. Not only did Mui not need to bow, but he also didn't need to be asked to sit. Although a Hutian master did not have the strength or power to kill an army of 100,000, they were able to go in and out of fortified places without any resistance at all. It was not an exaggeration to say that if there was not a Hutian master at the royal palace, then the emperor might not be far from death. Because of the frequent wars between nations, it was possible that the emperor would be assassinated by the enemy masters. Lin Ming was very likely to become such an amazing character like this in the future. This was someone that all of those dignitaries present had to woo and curry favor with. In fact, many of them were already calculating how to show goodwill to Lin Ming. As everyone departed the martial stage, the news of the fight began to rapidly spread. Not only did Lin Ming become Sky Fortune City's most dazzling and splendid star, but this news had already spread over the nation, such as a genius only seen once a century at the Seven Profound Martial House, the future Sky Fortune Kingdom's #1 master, and other such titles. The overwhelming blessings and aura of fame were all focused on Lin Ming, 15 years old, entered into the top 30 rankings of the Seven Profound Martial House's heavenly abode. Cultivation at the third stage of body transformation, with strength comparable to a martial artist at the bone forging stage, had perceived an incomplete earth-step martial skill by himself, and had integrated into his own spear skills. It was even reported that Lin Ming had comprehended the extremely rare martial intent. Each of these achievements could be considered legends by themselves, but Lin Ming had actually gathered all of these legends unto himself. He was at the height of power among the Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial arts world. The local storytellers would write Lin Ming's famous history into their stories. In these stories, the storytellers would improvise and give exaggerated accounts to increase the hype. They even said that when Lin Ming was born, a brilliant sunset glow covered the sky. He had climbed a mountain when he was 7 to capture a tiger. When he was 9, he went swimming in the sea to seize sharks. Although these stories were all blown ridiculously out of proportion, the audience listened with gusto. After all, things like storytelling were naturally more exaggerated, and gave people a fresh feeling. Suddenly, Lin Ming had become the idol among countless young martial artists, especially those who had come from a humble birth like he had. Who said you could not cultivate if you didn't have money? Lin Ming was their example, Lin Ming was their goal. And in Green Mulberry City, as news arrived to the Lin family by a sound-transmitting talisman, all of the Lin family seethed with excitement. In Sky Fortune Kingdom, there was great importance attached to family honor. A family of heroes and masters, even if declining, was respected by the world. For instance, Marshal Qin Xiao's family. Even several hundred years later, if the Qin family was on the decline, they would still be a family that had produced an ancient hero, and in the family's blood would flow a hero's blood. The Lin family was also like this. There was not a single family that didn't wish that their family would have such a day where their family would flourish by their own hands. Before, Lin Ming had obtained the title of first place among the new disciples in the 7 profound martial house, and this was already the great honor. It was like those scholars that went and became officials, bringing honor to their ancestors. However, compared to the miracle that Lin Ming had created, this reputation of 7 profound martial houses #1 disciple was nothing at all. To be the peerless talent that hadn't been seen in the several hundred years of history at the 7 profound martial house along with other glorious titles, was enough to have the Lin family be recorded in the annals of Sky Fortune Kingdom's history. If Lin Ming became a legend in the future, then the Lin family would also become the family of a hero, and would be admired by the world. And the one Lin Ming had defeated was the Zhu family's #1 talent, Zhu Yang. This caused the Lin family, who had been constantly suppressed by the Zhu family, to feel proud and elated. On the same day, everywhere at the Lin family was decorated with lanterns and rainbow streamers. They held a large banquet inviting all guests to attend and celebrate. This was the most important day in the entirety of the Lin family's history. The head of the Lin family burnt incense and prayed to the ancestors. All these celebrations and ceremonies were more grand and wonderful than the New Year's celebration. The Lin family servants all obtained a heavy red package filled with money. The rice farmers who leased land from the Lin family were all exempted from rent for 3 years. These people naturally knew why they obtained such luxurious gifts from the Lin family. Lin Ming's name had already spread throughout the entirety of Green Mulberry City. At this time, Lin Ming was meditating on a sea jade platform at the 7 profound martial houses. He was unaware of everything happened outside, as he was immersed in comprehending the faint feeling he had in his heart of martial arts. When he had fought with Zhu Yang, Lin Ming's heart of martial arts had improved a bit. Chapter 107, The Pass of Desire. Chapter 107, The Pass of Desire. With Lin Ming's current fame in Sky Fortune City, there were many major powers that wanted to show their goodwill to Lin Ming. However, because of the regulations and customs of the 7 profound martial house, they could not disturb Lin Ming's cultivation unless he left the martial house or contacted them on his own initiative. Under the jade stage, the lake was tranquil and shimmering deep green, as if it were a huge liquid emerald. As it was late in autumn, the rows of weeping willows surrounding the lake were already a dry, golden yellow. As the gentle autumn wind blew across the lake surface, the leaves swirled into the air like a golden moth before fluttering gently downwards. What was surprising though was that there was not a single leaf that fell into the lake. Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the sea jade platform. This platform was the illusory magic array that was used in the entrance examination's dream trial. It was only open during the beginning of spring and fall when the 2 exams were conducted. However, it was not the start of fall anymore, so it was closed to the martial house disciples. However, Lin Ming's status was special now, so he was specially permitted to train and feel his heart of martial arts. During the entrance examination of the 7 profound martial house, when Lin Ming was in the sea jade platform's dreamland, he found that there was a flaw in his heart from the Pass of Desire. In the Pass of Desire, Lin Ming had seen a Lan Yunyu, 10 years older. She had been exquisitely elegant, and humming a nursery song. She had been coaxing their child to sleep. When Lin Ming had seen this scene, he had nearly lost himself in the illusion. Lin Ming knew that he no longer had any connection to Lan Yunyu. Even when he would pursue the pinnacle of martial arts in the future, his path would no longer cross with Lan Yunyue's. But Lan Yunyue's betrayal was still a knot in his heart. This so-called knot was a place in the heart that the mind could not reason with. In a martial artist's journey, they not only cultivated their bodies, but they also cultivated their hearts and minds. They had to be true to themselves, and follow their desires, whether it was love or hate. Otherwise, what was the point? If they tortured themselves to cultivate and practiced martial arts day and night, and felt the desolation and loneliness at the same time, and yet had to bear everything in life patiently even as they suffered countless humiliations, then what exactly was the point of practicing martial arts? Why not just be a normal, common person? A martial artist had a proud heart. They would not keep things in their heart such as losing an important contest or fight. Things like that could not frustrate their proud hearts. However, there were some things that would, such as when Lan Yunyu had betrayed Lin Ming and followed Zhu Yang. Such a malicious act had severely impacted Lin Ming's pure heart, and no matter how strong and clear his heart of martial arts was, it would inevitably leave behind a knot in the heart. This was what the common folk spoke of when they mentioned spirit. As long as the spirit was smooth, then they would have clear thoughts and ease of mind. Their true essence circulation would not be impeded and their meridians would be able to link together easier. On the other hand, if their spirit was bad, then their mind would be blocked, and they would be depressed. Not only would their true essence not move, but it would be trapped in their body and become an anger that would psychologically attack them. Not only would they not be able to cultivate, but they would also damage their own health. If their arrogant heart was too strong, then they might even go mad. If their thoughts were clouded and their hearts uncomfortable, the cultivation of a martial artist would easily be restrained. During the essential period of breaking through a bottleneck, the knot would change into a demon that haunted their hearts. This would cause the martial artist to fail, and become forever immersed with their obsession before finally turning into an idiot. There was only one solution to clear this knot, and that was to rely on their own strength to destroy the knot and cut off the evil spirits in the heart. Their minds would be clear, their breath smooth, and true essence would easily flow. For instance, like in the competition, Zhu Yang had been defeated by Lin Ming. He had lost his dignity and also sustained a serious injury. His meridians had been damaged and it would affect his future efforts to break into the pulse condensation period. That event would cause Zhu Yang's proud and arrogant heart of martial arts to be severely frustrated. Even if he wanted to stand up and recover his pride, hiring an assassin to kill Lin Ming was useless. He had to one day rely on his own strength to defeat Lin Ming and overcome these demons in his heart. However, this was already impossible for Zhu Yang. Not only did he experience a severe wound that would seriously influence his future cultivation, but even if he were completely cured, later on the disparity between him and Lin Ming would only increase. In contrast, Lin Ming had defeated Zhu Yang at his strongest state and cut off this knot in his heart. His heart of martial arts would only improve yet again, and although he could not achieve a perfect level, the time it took to pass the dream trial was reduced again. This time, it only took half an incense stick of time. This time, he only needed half the time of Ling Sen. As he awoke from the martial arts dream world, he closed his eyes and recalled what he had experienced in the pass of desire. Lin Ming's cheeks were an odd color. He no longer dreamed of Lan Yunyu again, but had instead dreamed of Qin Xingxuan. Not only that, but he had also dreamed of several girls that he didn't have too many impressions of. For instance, the talented, young inscription girl, Wang Yuhan, who he had met at the Inscription Association. There was also the cunning, rude, and totally unreasonable elder senior sister who he had met at the zither department when he was looking up materials. However, as soon as these two girls had appeared in Lin Ming's dreamland, they had instantly disappeared. Lin Ming now knew that the pass of desire didn't necessarily show women that he liked in his heart, but also those that were capable of arousing the latent desire in his heart. Desire didn't include only love, but also lust. A human's nature was that of an animal. An animal only existed for two goals: one was to survive, the other was to procreate. To survive, eat, and reproduce, that was lust. Therefore the ancient scripts had recorded that the nature of man was food and sex. This instinct was imprinted in the very bones of every living human. Therefore the heart had evolved a wide range of potential desires. Some desires were suppressed by one's own truth of morality. The pass of desire was able to find these infinite lusts of the heart and magnify them, and finally cause someone to be lost inside of them. As they say, there was no man in the vastness of heaven and earth who had no wants or desires. Many martial artists practiced martial arts to satisfy their desire. Because they strove towards this goal, their martial arts cultivation would leap 10,000 miles every day. However, after they had fulfilled their desires, their strength of cultivating martial arts would plummet. This was always a contradictory process. There were martial arts sages, who in order to overcome the pass of passion, had even castrated themselves. There were certain marvelous and ancient skill manuals that had written in their introduction, in order to cultivate this art, one must first castrate themselves, and so on. This was because in order to reach the large success stage of these cultivation methods, they had to overcome the pass of passion. But if their heart held any lust, then their demons would overcome them and they would perish in the beautiful dreamland, becoming a useless idiot. Because of these reasons, some of the eunuchs of the palace had rapid advancement when they cultivated martial arts. This was because they no longer had that lustful desire, and their energy would be locked into their body and converted into strength and true essence. Lin Ming was aware of these reasons, and did not persist in the path of desire. After all, from ancient times until now, there was never a martial artist who did not have even a tiny flaw in their heart of martial arts. As he peacefully meditated on the sea jade platform, Lin Ming revolved the true primal chaos formula and quickly entered into the ethereal martial intent state. His bond passed into a state of unconsciousness, and the true essence in Lin Ming's body began to circulate on its own instinct. Its speed began to run faster and faster, moving in lines that were more and more perfect. Lin Ming was observing from an outsider's perspective. He felt that as the true essence flowed in his body, it was also much quicker than before. Lin Ming was indescribably happy. Because of the improvement in his heart of martial arts, his ethereal martial intent had also stepped up a level, and the cultivation speed was enhanced even more. Like this, he would not too far away from reaching small success of the true primal chaos formula's second level. With one breath, Lin Ming let his true essence revolve by itself for 3 hours. Finally, Lin Ming opened his eyes. The day was getting late. He suddenly remembered the Crown Prince's invitation, so he lit a sound-transmitting talisman and sent it to Mui. Sky Fortune City, the Crown Prince's palace. At this time, the sun had just set, and the Crown Prince's palace front door was happily covered with decorations. A stream of luxurious horse-drawn carriages had formed a long line. All the celebrities and important figures of Sky Fortune City had gathered in their splendid attire at the Crown Prince's palace. The floor was covered with hundreds of meters of red carpet, and there were also hundreds of beautiful maidservants that carried around fine food, refreshments, and fruits that they shuttled between the numerous visitors. Exquisite and playful music flowed through every corner of every hall. Today, the Crown Prince Yang Lin had hosted a grand banquet at his palace. Although the Crown Prince had said this part was only a simple congregation, all those with a discerning eye knew that this banquet had great political significance. This was because this banquet's main guest was the rising star Lin Ming, who was in the limelight of all of Sky Fortune City. For this banquet, the Crown Prince's palace had done careful preparations and cleaning. The garden was refurbished, and the blue stone tile floor was spotless as if it were just cleaned. It was bright and appealing. The palace had also filled the fountain springs with clear water. The blue water sparkled under the moonlight as it shot up. It was truly beautiful. The Southern Martial Marquis has arrived. As soon as the herald announced this, a fat, middle-aged man wearing a brocade gown walked into the main hall of the Crown Prince's palace with his entourage. Although this man appeared bloated and fat, his steps were steady and his breath was even. His lazy gaze occasionally gave off a feeling that made the hearts of those watching him palpitate. This middle-aged man was one of the 10 great generals of Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Southern Military Marquis. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had several dozen generals in total. However, those that had genuine power and authority within the palm of their hands, and also had enormous prestige and fame within the army, were only 10 people. These 10 people were given noble titles. The Southern Martial Marquis was the youngest of these 10. This year, he was 69 years old. Southern Martial Marquis, he also came. Yang Lin heard this announcement and felt a great happiness surge in his heart. Although he had delivered an invitation to the Southern Martial Marquis, it was actually only a show of good etiquette. He did not actually believe that the Southern Martial Marquis would show up. Although Yang Lin was Crown Prince in name, but as an official, His power and influence were far inferior to the 10th Prince Yangzhen. When the elderly emperor died and the throne would change, it was unknown as to whose hands the throne would fall into. This was the critical period of time when people would choose who to support. If they chose the right person, their life would be filled with a lifetime of wealth and success. But with the wrong person, they would crash into the abyss and be beyond redemption. However, the true attitudes of those people were elusive. The two princes mostly had their own trusted subordinates, as well as those like Zhu Yang who had been inextricably tied to 10th Prince by their family. Most of the others already had enough status to avoid this conflict and adopt a moderate approach. They had already rapidly advanced their careers and simply did not need to partake in the game of throne changes to increase their fortunes. To adopt a moderate stance and not favor any party was the most sensible option. No matter who came out on top, their status would not be affected. The military was especially so. Since ancient times, if the military intervened in the battle for the throne, then it would become an extremely sensitive matter. Therefore the 10 great generals normally did not attend the banquets held by the princes. This was because there would be spies in the banquets who would be reporting on them. Although the 10th prince did not assume that all those that attended the banquet were partial to the crown prince, he would remember these people. In the future, if he won the struggle and seized the throne, even if these people did not intervene, he would not trust them after he mounted the throne. There were a limited number of positions to be a royal courtier of the emperor. The number of talents and geniuses would be unlimited. Who would not entrust these heavy responsibilities to their own trusted subordinates? Therefore, that the Southern Marshal Marquis had come today was really a happy surprise for Yang Lin. However, the Crown Prince knew that the reason the Southern Marshal Marquis had come today was mostly because of Lin Ming. He wanted to meet Lin Ming and get to know him. The Southern Marshal Marquis was also once a disciple of the 7 Profound Marshal House. When he was young, he was also known as a martial nut. He certainly would want to know someone like Lin Ming. This Lin Ming, he has not grown up and yet already has such rallying appeal. If he is willing to help me, my succession to the throne will be much smoother. Chapter 108, Grand Banquet. Chapter 108, Grand Banquet. This Lin Ming, he has not grown up and yet already has such rallying appeal. If he is willing to help me, my succession to the throne will be much smoother. Thinking of this, Yang Lin began to worry somewhat over the outcome. Before, Lin Ming and Zhu Yang had hostilities against each other, and fearing that Lin Ming would be framed and assassinated, thought that perhaps he might serve as his backer. But after not seeing him for a month, Lin Ming's strength had grown too quickly. With his growing influence, he now had the support of the 7 Profound Marshal House. There was no one would dare to easily move against him. He would certainly become a grand character in the future that wielded great power. With such capital in his hands, he didn't need to attach himself to anyone. Haha, it's been a while since I've seen Your Highness the Crown Prince. As soon as the Southern Marshal Marquis saw Yang Lin, he gave a hearty laugh and a ceremonial bow. Although he did not need to accept the Crown Prince's invitation, if he saw the Crown Prince, he still had to give proper greeting due to customs. After all, the Southern Marshal Marquis was still only a marquis. Above that was a duke, and above the duke was a prince. But the Crown Prince's status was also above a prince. Even though there were so many different levels of nobility, a title was just a title. It had no real power and was only nominal. The influence of a person in the Sky Fortune Kingdom had little to do with their title, but was affected by their position, strength, and military authority. The Southern Marshal Marquis held enormous influence among the army. Even Yang Lin had to greet him politely. Yang Lin rushed up to the Southern Marshal Marquis and hurriedly said, "Southern Marshal Marquis, don't be a stranger. Feel free to enjoy this grand banquet that I've set up. There is no need to be overly courteous. The Southern Marshal Marquis is one of the 10 great generals of my Sky Fortune Kingdom and whose cultivation is at the pulse condensation period. This prince has always wanted to be good friends with the Honorable Southern Marshal Marquis. For the Southern Marshal Marquis to come here so unexpectedly, this prince is very surprised. Haha, I have been busy with military affairs these past few days, but I could not shirk Your Highness' invitation. the Southern Marshal Marquis casually explained. Yang Lin would of course not pursue the matter, and welcome the Southern Marshal Marquis with a seat of honor. Army Major of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces, Lord Wang, has arrived. The herald announced another arrival. As soon as he heard this, Yang Lin's eyebrows rose. The leader of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces, Wang Gan? That old sly fox, he also came? Yang Lin was startled. Wang Gan's arrival had even surprised him more than the Southern Marshal Marquis. Before this he hadn't even delivered a written invitation to Wang Gan. He came uninvited, and also at such a sensitive time. There were so many spies staring at him, and this Wang Gan dared to come to the banquet. Was he not afraid that Yang Zhen would know this? The truth was that out of today's guests, Wang Gan's status wasn't anything too high-ranking. The position of army captain was underneath that of a general. The Sky Fortune Kingdom had several dozen generals, and almost 200 majors. Moreover, Wang Gan didn't even have a title and he was not an aristocrat. Although Wang Gan's status sounded insignificant, Wang Gan's military status was in the top few. He was even more important than some of the top generals. This was mainly because his position was too important. Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces Army Major. Since ancient times, the military has always been very sensitive to the struggle for the throne, and the Royal Guard Forces were a step from the sensitive of the sensitive. Almost all of the palace coups were through the Royal Guard Forces and the Imperial Palace Guard. Because of this, Sky Fortune Kingdom's Royal Guard Forces did not have a commanding general. Instead, they had 4 different majors, each in charge of the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. With the authority of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces so decentralized, the 4 army majors were able to restrict each other. Wang Gan was the army major of the Eastern Royal Guard Forces. He certainly knew how sensitive his status was, therefore he had always been cautious and had always maintained a balanced distance between the princes. Anyone who could be stand in this position were themselves a sly old fox. Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces Army Major was not the same as the Southern Marshal Marquis. Even if the Crown Prince failed to succeed the throne, the Southern Marshal Marquis was still a general as before. With his prestige and fame as one of the 10 great generals of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, not even the 10th prince would dare to move him. But Wang Gan was different. He was only a small-time army major, and he commanded the Royal Guard Forces. If he did not do well, then the 10th prince would remove him, and even press charges of homicide against him to get rid of him. Wang Gan actually came. Even if he wants to meet Lin Ming, it shouldn't. I think. Yang Lin suddenly remembered. 2 months ago, on the date of the 7 Profound Marshal House's entrance examination, he had conveniently sent a sound-transmitting talisman to help Lin Ming. The one who had framed Lin Ming, he was certain it had been a son of Wang Gan. Initially Lin Ming had been an unimportant person, so this matter was only in passing to Yang Lin. He not simply not placed this in his heart, and thus forgotten about it. So that's it. Wang Gan had probably been feeling very upset these days. Thinking of this, Yang Lin silently laughed in his heart. Wang Gan had indeed been truly full of suffering these days. He's just had too much bad luck, even lying down he would be hit. When he had discovered that the boy who had come into conflict with his son was the current #1 rising star of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, Wang Gan wanted to cry but had no tears. Just who did he piss off to have this happen to him? 2 months ago at the 7 Profound Marshal House entrance examination, his son had framed Lin Ming and caused the Crown Prince to send a sound-transmitting talisman to the Public Security Department. This made Wang Gan feel a bit frustrated. After all, this was something that his good-for-nothing son had done, and the Crown Prince should not go so far as to implicate him. But he absolutely would never have thought that the problem could come from Lin Ming. This fellow had changed, and had become a rare talent that was only seen every 100 years at the 7 Profound Marshal House. He would surely be a great character in the Sky Fortune Kingdom who could control wind and lightning at his command. This kind of character, as long as he wanted, could absolutely promote someone to the nobility or even a general. Once Lin Ming grew up, if he wanted to get rid of anyone, it would be as simple as turning over his hand. Wang Gan knew that his son's conflict with Lin Ming was not so simple as fighting, but that he had gone to the degree of wanting to kill him. Wang Gan had asked himself, what would he do if he had experienced this? He would never let go. So how could he not be afraid? He couldn't even sleep in peace these past days. But Lin Ming lived at the Seven Profound Martial House, and because of the regulations of the Seven Profound Martial House, he did not have any chance at all to contact Lin Ming. Not to mention him, but not even those nobles could see him. Therefore the only chance he had to see Lin Ming was to come to the Crown Prince's grand banquet. He really wanted to choke his son to death himself. The day that he had heard the news, he had dragged out Wang Yigao and overwhelmingly beat him before locking him in confinement for 6 months. Mentioning Wang Yigao, he had almost had a nervous breakdown. The first time that he had been defeated by Lin Ming was when Lin Ming had hit his servant. At that time Wang Yigao had regarded Lin Ming as ant. Being bitten by an ant, he would just crush him underneath his foot and kill him. Therefore he had brought a bunch of ruffians to finish off Lin Ming, but the result was that he had his name written in reverse. When Wang Yigao had returned, he had been punished to a 2-month confinement. He could not drink or eat meat, and could not go to the brothel. It had simply ruined Wang Yigao's life. He came out of confinement wanting to get revenge, so he had pestered him at the Seven Profound Martial House's entrance exam. At that time, Lin Ming was nothing but a cockroach to Wang Yigao, just a bit more formidable than an ant. But he could still crush him underneath his boot. However, that time Wang Yigao had been beaten even worse. Not only had his body been pummeled, but his face had been hit. And the most miserable part was that he had even punished even more by Wang Gan, and had been sent to half a year of confinement. Slowly, over time, Wang Yigao had become used to not having wine and meat, and also not having women. He began to diligently study the martial books daily. However, as he was doing well, Wang Yigao was somehow dragged out again and beaten for a round. This beating had been truly ruthless. Each strike had caused Wang Yigao to almost faint. Finally, he learned why he had been beaten up. The name of Lin Ming had already become a nightmare to Wang Yigao. Even if he borrowed the courage of 10,000 men, he still would not dare to bother Lin Ming anymore. A family's discipline was always rough. Wang Gan had severely hit Wang Yigao, but the truth was this was to protect Wang Yigao. He wanted to give an explanation to Lin Ming. Since Wang Yigao had wanted to beat Lin Ming to death before, if he wasn't beaten up horribly himself, then Lin Ming might not be so forgiving of this matter. Greetings to Your Highness the Crown Prince. I have come uninvited, I beg Your Highness for your forgiveness. Wang Gan deeply bowed, with a hint of fear and trepidation. Haha, Major Wang is too polite. That Major Wang can come today really causes this prince to feel very happy. Please feel free. Yang Lin did not say that he knew the reason Wang Gan had come today was to see Lin Ming. Thank you, Your Highness. As time passed, noble after noble came to the banquet. The Crown Prince's grand banquet had presented an unprecedented prosperous atmosphere. All these celebrities and famous figures came from various quarters. They were dressed in magnificent formal clothes and carried elegant wine glasses as they chatted in soft tones. Every action and movement they made showed the etiquette of the aristocrat. These people were all influential figures within Sky Fortune City. Big sister Jingyun, you also came. Murongzi had spotted by Jingyun in the crowd. Originally she was a bit impatient since she had been bothered by some playboy, but her perturbed face suddenly morphed into a joyful smile. She moved her feet and like a small fish she appeared in an instant at Bai Jingyun's side. Even the gorgeous but tedious formal dress she had on did not affect her movement. At such an elegant banquet, her actions were unobtrusive, and made people feel as if it were a kind of passing cloud and flowing water. Little sister Murong, I didn't think that your Murong family would also be here. Murongzi and Bai Jingyun were the two dazzling girls that had attended Lin Ming's last 10,000 killing array assessment. These two were the proud women of the Seven Profound Martial House. Murongzi was 17 years old and ranked 28 on the ranking stone. Bai Jingyun was 18 years old and ranked 22 on the ranking stone. They were collectively referred to as the Seven Profound Proud Pair. It could be said that 1,000 myriad graces were set in their bodies. With these two heavenly ladies gathered in the same place, they attracted the immediate attention of numerous men. These two were much like arrogant peacocks, they were simply cranes among the chickens here. I remember that your Murong family rarely comes to the Crown Prince's banquets. Bai Jingyun paused slightly, and then laughed as she whispered, "Are you here to look for a date?" "Gosh. Big sister Jingyun, don't tease me, these playboys are no good." Murong Zi had the qualifications to say this. With her talent and strength, in addition to her flawless looks, in the entirety of the Sky Fortune City, she was only inferior to Qin Xingxuan. There were truly few sons of the aristocratic families that could match up to her. Zhong Guanyu's talent and looks were nice, but he was famous for being a flowery playboy. He also practiced the acacia power. Who knew how many women he had played with to this point? As for the 10th prince and the Crown Prince already had a wife. With Murong Zi's proud nature, it was impossible for her to settle for being a concubine. That said, the outcome of the battle between the Crown Prince and the 10th prince was not clear, so the Murong family naturally would not dare to rashly marry off anyone. Haha, of course it's not them. The one I'm talking about is, Bai Jingyun spoke to this point, when the voice of the herald suddenly sounded out from behind the door. The 7 profound martial houses Lin Ming, Mr. Lin. Chapter 109, The Acacia Faction. Chapter 109, The Acacia Faction. Haha, of course it's not them. The one I'm talking about is, Bai Jingyun had spoken to this point, when the voice of the herald suddenly sounded out from behind the entrance. The 7 profound martial houses Lin Ming, Mr. Lin. Upon hearing this announcement, almost all of the people in the hall looked at the entrance. Many of them had already begun crowding towards the front. Following the lead of 2 gorgeous maids, Lin Ming slowly walked into the hall. Although he had changed into decent clothes for today's event, it was still a far cry from the high-class and magnificent clothing that the nobles and other celebrities had worn. Still, because Lin Ming had been practicing accumulating his momentum these past days, even ordinary clothes on him were especially dazzling in the crowd. Lin Ming thought back to what the herald had just called him and had a queer feeling in his heart. Mr. Lin? He really wasn't used to be calling that. Lin Ming didn't have a position in the government, nor did he have a title. He was a common person with a common background. One could say his only status was as a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. But the herald did not dare to address Lin Ming by name, so he had added the title of Mr. That's Lin Ming. He's quite handsome and intelligent. He's only 15 years old. How extraordinary. Lin Ming was undoubtedly the star of the party. He was the rising supernova that everyone came to see. Brother Lin, welcome. Before Lin Ming could give a ceremonial bow, Crown Prince Yang Lin stepped forwards and hugged him. Brother Lin, there is no need to be overly courteous. Come, let me introduce you. Yang Lin knew that most of the people who came here wanted to get to know Lin Ming's thoughts, and he would be introduced to them one at a time. But the first one to be introduced was of course the Southern Martial Marquis. Brother Lin, this is Sky Fortune Kingdom's South Martial Marquis, General Wu. He's one of the 10 great generals of our land, and he guards the southern borders of our Sky Fortune Kingdom. He's a martial artist at the pulse condensation period, and he has performed many great services for our country. The Southern Martial Marquis' name was Wu Yuanxuan. He had repeatedly accomplished many great deeds and honors at the southern border, thus he was bestowed the title of Southern Martial Marquis. Lin Ming greets General Wu. Lin Ming knew that these sort of senior generals that patrolled the borders were usually aloof and high-standing characters. He maintained the necessary etiquette towards someone like him. Haha, little brother Lin, you are too polite. If His Highness the Crown Prince does not accept your bow, then how could I? Little brother Lin and I are fellow apprentices, but I already graduated from the 7 profound martial house over 40 years ago. Time truly passes too quickly. The Southern Martial Marquis' voice was clear-cut and loud like a morning bell. Those present were able to hear every word enunciated clearly. Little brother Lin is a young and promising talent. Your fame has already spread all throughout Sky Fortune Kingdom. I've long wanted to meet you. As soon as I saw you today, I knew you were a dragon in human form. With such a great cultivation at 15 years of age, your future is limitless. General Wu praises me too much. Lin Ming still has a long way to go. Lin Ming was not used to such praise, so he was polite in response. Haha, little brother Lin is just too modest. I heard that little brother Lin has already entered the heavenly abode. After entering the heavenly abode, you might receive some missions from the military. If little brother Lin wishes, you may come and stay with my army at the southern border. With little brother Lin's strength, you will inevitably perform countless good deeds. Lin Ming's interest was piqued as he listened to the southern martial marquis. There were some disciples who went on military missions after entering the heavenly abode. At the end of each mission there were also rewards. The rewards didn't come from just the 7 profound martial house, but also from the royal government. All disciples who went on missions had the possibility of being able to enjoy promotions, therefore there were some martial house disciples that were bestowed nobility before they had graduated. Lin Ming was not interested in things like titles or gold. But the rewards from the 7 profound martial house were quite worthwhile. For instance, there were true essence stones, high-quality treasures, top-quality pills, as well as cultivation time at the 7 major killing arrays. True essence stones and time at the 7 major killing arrays were necessary for cultivation. As for high-quality treasure, if it was a top-quality treasure spear, then Lin Ming would definitely be enchanted by it. As for top-tier pills, they were also very precious. If Lin Ming wanted to raise his strength quickly, he had to have these top-tier pills. However, these kinds of pills could not be purchased in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even though Lin Ming could receive many gifts from influential people, these pills were still impossible to come by so easily. The Southern Martial Marquis wants to win me over so that I will go to the army and undertake missions, but this is also good. Until now I've only fought in matches, but I haven't been in many actual life or death situations. If I enter the army for a while, I will be able to experience these and grow in strength, and there are also rewards to be had, so why not? Thinking of this, Lin Ming said, Lin Ming thanks General Wu for thinking so highly of him. If I have the appropriate mission, then Lin Ming will certainly go to the southern border. Haha, that's great. I already feel like old friends after meeting with little brother Lin for the first time. Come, let's have a drink. As Lin Ming and the Southern Martial Marquis conversed, Bai Jingyun and Murongzi were also carrying on their intimate conversation from earlier. I was thinking that the one you should date is him. Bai Jingyun signaled with her eyes. She had been talking about Lin Ming. Him? Big sister Jingyun, don't go speaking such nonsense. Murongzi's cheeks turned red as she blushed. He's younger than me, how could it be possible? Murongzi was 17 years old. Lin Ming was actually only 15 years old. Bai Jingyun smiled slyly, listening to little sister's meaning. If he wasn't 2 years your junior, then you would find him agreeable. Murongzi's mouth went crooked. I never said that. If big sister makes fun of me again, then I'll be angry. Haha, little sister, unless you are like Miss Qin Xingxuan, and decide to pursue that far-off Xiantian realm, or even higher, then in the future you will be married. We martial artists have a long youth. Let alone several years younger, even if it was 10 years, or even a few dozen years, that wouldn't mean anything. Pursue the Xiantian realm? Murongzi was slightly stunned. To the mortals of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the Xiantian realm truly was a far-off and distant dream. Although she was a proud and arrogant woman in Sky Fortune City, she was self-aware that it was impossible for her to reach such a remote realm. It was only a pipe dream. Much less her having no hope. Even several of the core disciples of the 7 profound martial house had no chances either. But Qin Xingxuan was different. Her 6th grade martial talent was simply too shocking. That Lin Ming, perhaps he might pursue the Xiantian realm? Murongzi asked. It's possible. Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan are 2 different kinds of talents. Qin Xingxuan's natural talent for cultivation is simply too monstrous. As for Lin Ming, besides his natural talent, he is a monstrous genius in every other category. It's hard to tell who the better genius of the 2 is. If discussing combat prowess, then Lin Ming would naturally be stronger. But if discussing how far their achievements will be in cultivation, then perhaps Qin Xingxuan has higher hopes of reaching the Xiantian stage. Lin Ming's martial talent is only a 3rd grade talent. The flaw in such a talent simply cannot be made up. I think that Lin Ming is more likely to stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and accomplish great deeds. He might even become the next state marshal. The next state marshal? Murongzi thought absent-mindedly. That was a prestige that exceeded even the emperor. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, many of the common people did not even know the emperor's name, but there was no one who did not know the name and legends of State Marshal Qin Xiao. Even with Murongzi's status, she still held a high degree of respect in her heart for a figure such as State Marshal Qin Xiao. As Murongzi looked out of sorts, Bai Jingyun suddenly smiled and said, "Little sister, look at Lin Ming, he's already surrounded by so many girls. If you don't go now, you won't have the opportunity." Murongzi followed the sounds and turned her head. Indeed, there were many young aristocratic ladies that had already intentionally or unintentionally approached Lin Ming, and were talking happily with him. "Mr. Lin Ming, I heard that your spear is over 800 jins. Is it really?" A young girl vapidly blinked at him with watery eyes, sending somewhat lascivious looks at Lin Ming. The girls that intentionally approached Lin Ming didn't necessarily have any evil thoughts in their hearts. After all, their ages were young at mostly 15 or 16 years old, and they had simple minds and pure thoughts. These ones had come under the suggestions of their parents. But there were also those who approached Lin Ming purely because of the worship in their hearts. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was a country that held martial artists in the highest esteem, and with the extraordinary title of being the 100-year talent of the 7 profound martial house, he was the idol of all people. 820 jins. Lin Ming replied with a smile. "Haha, that's amazing. How do you hold it? Can I see your hand?" "Well, all right," Lin Ming said. He helplessly held out his hand. At this time, another charming young lady had come over. She said, "Mr. Lin Ming, your palm reading is very good." "Millimeter? I'm a fortune teller." The girl winked at him with an attractive eye. "Can I take a look at your palm reading?" "Ah." Before Lin Ming could think of a good way to refuse, the girl had already taken his hand in hers and was carefully looking at it. The girl's hand was cool, and had the unique softness of a woman. "She's unexpectedly direct," Bai Jingyun said with a faint smile. "Humph, what a nympho." Murongzi curled her lips in disdain. She drank the wine from her crystal glass as if she were a noble peacock. Bai Jingyun sniggered. She knew of Murongzi's pride. It was impossible for her to do the same acts as these young girls, she simply could not cheapen herself to that level. "Little sister, with this kind of boy, if you don't take the initiative then you won't have an opportunity. Then why don't you go?" Murongzi pouted. "Me." Hearing Murongzi's question, Bai Jingyun's face gradually fell. She was silent for a moment, before she sighed and lightly said, "My marriage is not up for me to decide." "Millimeter? Why?" Murongzi didn't understand. Although the children in Sky Fortune Kingdom had to obey their parents in marital matters, but her and Bai Jingyun's statuses were unusual and not like others. With their strength and talent, they had the right to speak and determine their own marriage. "Big sister, you are too submissive. If you say you don't want to marry, how will they force you to?" Bai Jingyun bitterly smiled. "It's not as simple as you think." The one that had been chosen for her was a direct disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction. Let alone her by family, even if it were Sky Fortune City's royal family, they did not have the qualifications to refuse. The 7 Profound Valleys' 7 founders had left behind 7 different legacies. These were the 7 factions. For instance, there was the Sword faction, Zither faction, Array faction, and so on. The Acacia faction was also one of the 7 legacies. Their faction cultivated the Tao of Yin and Yang. Almost all of their cultivation methods were associated with the intimate relations between men and women. To marry a disciple of the Acacia faction, it was truly like jumping into a fiery pit. Murongzi felt that Bai Jingyun didn't want to discuss the matter any further. At this moment, the herald announced yet another arrival. The Crown Prince's Grand Mentor, Mr. Mui, and the Marshal's quarters Miss Qin. Mui and Qin Xingxuan? Lin Ming was slightly stunned. He had not seen Qin Xingxuan for a long time. He remembered the strange illusions of Qin Xingxuan that he had seen on the Sea Jade platform, and his face took on an odd color. The sea jade platform was able to infinitely magnify the hidden desires in one's heart. Lin Ming truly did have a certain attraction towards Qin Xingxuan. Chapter 110, The Seven Profound Decree. Chapter 110, The Seven Profound Decree. Today, Qin Xingxuan was wearing an elegant, pure white evening dress. This dress was much simpler than others. The back was not open, nor was it too low, it only exposed her creamy and fragrant shoulders. Although her innocent and beautiful figure was not full, her curves were still outlined. The dress was very long, and it followed behind her like a deep spring flowing recklessly to the ground. This was Lin Ming's first time seeing Qin Xingxuan in such splendid attire. He was pleasantly surprised. This girl, she just always seemed to come in different flavors. First he had run into her at the lecture hall of the zither department, and she had carried a virtuous air about her as she was surrounded by a gang of fellow female students. Now he saw her at this banquet, and she exuded a natural air of elegance and grace. He wondered if he would see her in the military in the future, and how she would look if she was wearing a military uniform. Qin Xingxuan's appearance had immediately attracted the attentions of everyone present. The sensation that she caused was almost as much as Lin Ming had. However, although the sons of the aristocratic families kept their eyes on Qin Xingxuan at all times, no one overreached their bounds to go over to her. Qin Xingxuan was simply too abstract an existence for them. To take advantage of her, they might as well take advantage of a princess. Teacher. Yang Lin immediately walked up to greet them. Haha, I came late. Mui said with a faint smile. His eyes swept the crowd. Ho ho, little brother Lin, we meet again. Mr. Mui. Lin Ming felt relieved. He extricated himself from the group and walked over to Mui, and as a result, those aristocratic young ladies dared not follow him. Mui glanced at those young ladies, and meaningfully smiled. I'm not bothering you, am I? Lin Ming helplessly said, Mr. Mui, please don't tease me. Haha, although the tradition in Sky Fortune Kingdom is to be married at 18, there are plenty of 16-year-olds who are fathers. Once a few more months have passed and you are 16 years old, you should consider it, really consider it. I don't plan on marrying that early. Since he had bid farewell to Lan Yunyu, Lin Ming had decided to rigidly dedicate himself to pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts. Thus, he had not planned on any early marriage. Surprisingly, Qin Xingxuan spoke up at this moment with a mischievous smile. She said, Lin Ming, the words from your mouth don't match the words of your heart. I remember that when you first passed the dream trial, you spent a very long time at the Pass of Desire. I wonder which lucky girl it was that you dreamed of. Qin Xingxuan unintentionally mentioned this matter. In her opinion, if there was a girl that Lin Ming liked, as long as he proposed, even a princess would joyfully consent. As Qin Xingxuan asked this, Lin Ming felt a rare blush spread up his face. He almost looked like a tomato. Dream of which girl? This was really too hard to say. That's enough, Xingxuan, don't tease little brother Lin too much. Millimeter, well, after the banquet ends, the crown prince would like to see you. Oh. All right. Lin Ming did not decline. He had already anticipated this matter. Since he came to this banquet, he had already indicated that he had no plans to reject the crown prince's invitation. Lin Ming and the two chatted for a while. Because of Qin Xingxuan's presence, there was not a single girl who came forwards again. Let alone a common aristocratic young girl, even Murongzi had lost all of her self-confidence in front of the beauty of Qin Xingxuan. At this time, the herald made a sudden announcement, the chief steward of the palace, Elder Wang. Elder Wang? The crown prince was slightly stunned. Why would he come here? Elder Wang rarely left the palace. If he left the palace, it was usually to pass on an imperial decree. Was it that his father the emperor wanted to confer a rank and title to Lin Ming? As the crown prince was wondering, Elder Wang had already entered the hall. He wore a decadent and opulent yellow brocaded robe, and carried a fly whisk in his left hand. His right was raised slightly, and he held a shiny, golden token. There were 3 characters written on it, 7 Profound Decree. 7 Profound Decree? Was this a command from the 7 profound valleys? The crown prince was surprised. This was a command even higher than an imperial decree. Although Elder Wang was the head steward of the imperial palace, he was also responsible for some matters of the 7 profound martial house. When Elder Wang was 6 years old, he had entered the palace. Because his martial arts talent was outstanding, he was later sent to the 7 profound martial house. He was a eunuch, and thus pure at heart, and his martial arts advancement was good. Now, he had already reached the peak pulse condensation period. He was the head eunuch who managed matters at the imperial palace, and at the same time was one of the masters who protected the imperial palace. Usually when the 7 profound valleys handed the royal family a decree, it was passed through Elder Wang. Elder Wang looked at Lin Ming and smiled. He said, "Little brother Lin is lucky. Yesterday, the martial house master requested core disciple status for little brother Lin. The 7 profound decree was just sent out this morning, and has the conditions for the test in it. The martial house master is not at the martial house, so I am passing on the decree for him. I just found out that little brother Lin was attending the banquet at the crown prince's palace, so I hurried over here to catch you. I wonder if little brother Lin has any intention of becoming a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house?" As Elder Wang said this, everyone present was amazed. Core disciple. Although they had expected Lin Ming to become a core disciple sooner or later, they hadn't expected it to be so quick. For someone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom to become a core disciple had great significance. If, in the future, he requested to be sent back as the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house, or as a 7 profound envoy, then it was equivalent to being the overlord of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. However, the core disciple test was not that easy. In the past, even Ling Sen had failed. And could Lin Ming, whose natural talent was 1 grade less than Ling Sen, succeed? The people present doubted this. Besides natural talent, Lin Ming could be considered a monstrous genius in any other area. However, what the 7 profound valleys held in the highest regard was one's natural talent. Lin Ming replied without any hesitation, "I want to be a core disciple." If Lin Ming wanted to walk on the path towards the pinnacle of martial arts, he had to enter a sect, otherwise he would not obtain the resources he needed. Not to mention things such as the 7 major killing arrays, true essence stones, and top-tier quality pills, but to step into the Xiantian stage from the Hutian stage, one had to have the heaven opening pill in order to rid the contaminated Hutian qi from one's body. Only the largest sects had a miraculous pill such as this. In the mortal world, its value could not be measured in gold. Very well, Elder Wang smiled. He laughed in his high-pitched and melodious voice, and said, "Then I shall announce the contents of the 7 profound decree. Lin Ming, listen at command. Starting from today, the martial house core disciple test has officially begun. If Mr. Lin can achieve the peak-altering muscle stage by the time he is 16, or if he can achieve the bone-forging stage by the time he is 18, then he may become a core disciple. Otherwise, he will fail the test. In addition to these requirements, the martial house master has agreed to provide Mr. Lin with some incentives. Starting from today, if Mr. Lin can enter the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array within 3 months, then he may obtain the medium-grade human step treasure long spear, the heavy profound soft spear. If he can defeat Zhong Guanyu within 4 months, then he may obtain 1 500-year-old bloodlingji. If he can defeat Ta Ku within 5 months, then he may obtain 1 blue miracle pill. If he can defeat Ling Sen within 6 months, then he may obtain 1 bottle of body spiritual ichor. The above rewards can all be obtained together. Lin Ming, do you understand?" Elder Wang folded up the 7 profound decree and smiled as he asked Lin Ming. The medium-grade human step heavy profound soft spear, a 500-year-old bloodlingji, a blue miracle pill, and the body spiritual ichor. Even though those present already knew that the 7 profound martial house had a deep and extensive history, after hearing these rewards, they were all still left gasping for breath. For instance, the medium-grade human step long spear could not be regarded as the best rewards for the 7 profound martial house, but in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it was actually priceless. An ordinary medium-grade human step treasure like a sword or saber was around 10 or 20,000 gold taels. But this medium-grade human step treasure spear was worth at least several times that, and most importantly of all, even if you had the money for it, one wouldn't be able to find one. Weapons like the spear and the bow needed to be both rigid and elastic. These types of demanding requirements meant that these weapons were the most difficult to create, and even more so to make a treasure weapon. Even most generals would not have a treasure-long spear. Instead, they would use a weapon like Lin Ming's that was made from dark purple elastic iron. There were some generals that did have a treasure-long spear. However, the spear shafts did not contain any elasticity, and thus their price was much lower. Although most people present hadn't heard the name heavy profound soft spear before, but solely with the word soft in its name, that would mean that it was not a rigid spear, but an elastic one. For a human step treasure elastic spear, its worth was unimaginable. Also that 500-year-old bloodlingji. The majority of bloodlingji were 300 years old. If they were not picked at that time, then they would wither and die. A 400-year-old bloodlingji was already very rare and precious. 500-year-old lingji simply couldn't be found anywhere in the world of mortals. Only the largest sects would know how to raise them through their own mysterious and mystical cultivation methods. This kind of bloodlingji was able to supplement the qi in one's body and blood, and would make a martial artist's blood stronger and more vigorous. Even their strength would increase. These were the wondrous medicines that martial artists who pursued strength dreamed about. As for the blue miracle pill and the body spiritual ichor, those present weren't very clear on what they were. But if they were arranged above the treasure-long spear and the bloodlingji, then they definitely were also priceless treasures. But, although the rewards were tempting, those present did not actually envy Lin Ming. Because to obtain them was difficult beyond anyone's imagination. Reach the top 10 rankings of the 10,000 killing array within 3 months. Defeat Zhong Guanyu within 4 months. Defeat Ta Ku within 5 months. Defeat Ling Sen within 6 months. These tasks were as difficult as ascending to heaven. And each was more challenging than the last. The first task was the most straightforward and simple, but it was already a myth in the eyes of many. Lin Ming had only been at the 7 profound martial house for 2 months. 3 months added to 2 months was 5 months. To reach the top 10 of the ranking stone within the first 5 months, if these people had heard someone say this in the past, they definitely would have thought that person was crazy. It had to be known that the higher one's rank was, the more arduous it was to climb, and the fiercer the competition was. The top 10 and the top 30 were 2 entirely different concepts. Could Lin Ming really do that? If it was to enter the top 10 rankings in the 10,000 killing array within 3 months, then some people might believe that. There were those who had recognized Lin Ming as a great talent that would have grand achievements in the future, so they had a little hope for that. But, to defeat Zhong Guanyu within 4 months, defeat Ta Ku within 5 months, and defeat Ling Sen within 6 months. This matter was simply too preposterous. The existences of these 3 were simply on a completely different playing field from the rest of the disciples of the heavenly abode. Zhong Guanyu and Ta Ku were powerhouses of the bone-forging stage. The 4th ranking disciple was only at the peak-altering muscle stage. Their strength was simply too different to comprehend. Zhong Guanyu was known as the fastest disciple of the 7 profound martial house, and Ta Ku was known as the strongest. But Ling Sen was the most terrifying. He was versatile and excelled in all aspects of combat. To defeat Ling Sen in half a year was simply impossible. Those present were not ordinary people. They already had a great deal of information on Ling Sen. It was not wrong that Lin Ming had a martial intent, but Ling Sen also had a martial intent. Chapter 111, Wang Gan's Calculations. Chapter 111, Wang Gan's Calculations. It was not wrong that Lin Ming had a martial intent, but Ling Sen also had a martial intent. While they both had comprehended martial intents, Lin Ming's talent was only a medium 3rd grade, while Ling Sen's was an inferior 4th grade. Ling Sen was older than Lin Ming by 5 years, and he had trained at the 7 profound martial house for 5 years longer. His strength approached that of a pulse condensation period master. In order to overcome this gap, in half a year, Lin Ming had to somehow train his strength to also approach that of a pulse condensation period master. And this was assuming that Ling Sen's strength would not further progress. But Ling Sen was a top-tier genius. How could he possibly not rise even higher in this half-year? Some of those present knew the specific details of when Ling Sen had attempted the 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test in the past. The 7 Profound Valleys had required that Ling Sen reach the peak of the 4th stage of body transformation by the time he was 17 years old. But they had required that Lin Ming reach the peak 4th stage of body transformation when he was 16 years old, or to enter the bone forging stage by the time he was 18 years old. From this alone, one could tell that the difficulty of Lin Ming's test was much higher than Ling Sen's. This was most likely because Lin Ming's talent was lower than Ling Sen's, therefore the 7 Profound Valleys had set a higher threshold for qualification. If others could follow this reasoning, then Lin Ming could too. In this series of tests, only the first one was necessary to becoming a core disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys. To achieve the peak of the 4th stage of body transformation when he was 16, for Lin Ming this wasn't a goal that was too difficult. What was truly difficult were the other 4 tests. These rewards were provided by the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial Housemaster as an incentive. They were only extra rewards. Whether or not he could obtain them depended on his own ability. They did not affect whether he became a core disciple. Of course, if he had these rewards, then Lin Ming would complete the first test earlier. In this series of 4 rewards, the most difficult one to accomplish was defeating Ling Sen within 6 months. If he managed to do this, then he probably would have attained the other rewards. To defeat Ling Sen in 6 months, I bet the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial Housemaster isn't expecting me to get very far. Lin Ming knew where he stood on this. He knew that with just his ethereal martial intent, his flow like silk, and his foundation spear skills, there was no possibility in surpassing Ling Sen in just half a year unless he took top-quality pills again. But he would need to totally consolidate and refine the pill, otherwise it would cause the true essence in his body to be impure. When a new disciple enters the heavenly abode, they will also hand out pills. But these pills are far inferior compared to the Golden Snake Scarlet pill. They probably won't have much of an effect. As Lin Ming thought of this, Elder Wang laughed and said, starting from tomorrow, little brother Lin may use the 7 Profound Martial House's 7 major killing arrays for 10 full days. You will also be given 20 true essence stones per month. These are personally gifted from the Martial Housemaster. It seems he's very optimistic about you. Little brother Lin, if you do not have any questions, then please accept. 10 full days at the 7 major killing arrays. Lin Ming was absolutely delighted. This was treatment that only the top 3 disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House would be favored with. 10 days all day, that meant 120 hours. He could almost practice whenever he liked. Elder Wang, I don't have any questions. Millimeter, good. Then I will be leaving first. Everyone, please continue to have an enjoyable evening. Elder Wang flicked his fly whisk and put away the 7 Profound Decree. Without speaking to anyone, he left the hall. Those in the hall began to discuss what had just occurred. The 7 Profound Martial House core disciples really had it rough. Big Sister Jingyun, don't you think that the test is a bit too harsh? To have Lin Ming and Ling Sen actually fight, that is just too difficult. Lin Ming is so young, and Ling Sen, Ta Ku, Zhong Guanyu are all 20 years old. How could he win against them? Murongzi said this somewhat angrily. Lin Ming's talent was already so heaven-defying. If the 7 Profound Valleys would not take in such a person, then what kind of person would they take in? Bai Jingyun said, who said they were intentionally making it hard for him? The test did not require that Lin Ming defeat Ling Senator as long as his cultivation reaches the peak-altering muscle stage while he is 16, then he will become a core disciple. Lin Ming is only 15 years old. He still has more than a year. If his martial intent suffices, then it is definitely possible to increase his cultivation by a stage. Are you worried for him? Murongzi pursed her lips. What I'm more worried about is, if he becomes a core disciple, then he'll be a pair with Qin Xingxuan. As Murongzi said this, Bai Jingyun understood. After all, Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan were both a young boy and a young girl. Their ages were also similarly appropriate. Although Lin Ming's background was ordinary, if he had enough strength, then his background would mean nothing whatsoever. The Crown Prince laughed with a ha-ha and smiled. I already knew that Brother Lin would become a core disciple sooner or later, but I had not thought that the 7 profound decree would be sent down so quickly. This prince proposes that we all have a drink and celebrate our good Brother Lin creating yet another miracle. The Crown Prince lifted his wine glass and tossed it down his throat. All of the guests present lifted their glasses and toasted Lin Ming. Because of the arrival of Elder Wang, the banquet atmosphere had reached a new high. Lin Ming's status was becoming increasingly prominent. Even if he could not become a core disciple, Lin Ming would still be bestowed a noble title, and would most likely become the same type of character as Qin Xiao. But if he did become a core disciple, then Lin Ming had the possibility of becoming the next 7 profound envoy or the next martial housemaster of the 7 profound martial house. These characters were the same as being the overlord of the land. They could control anything in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and do anything they want. They would be omnipotent. The attitude of those present grew increasingly eager and fervent towards Lin Ming. The nobility were thinking of how to curry favor with Lin Ming, and the aristocratic young ladies were hoping to obtain Mr. Lin Ming's favor. In that regard, Lin Ming was feeling a bit overwhelmed. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a long, close-fitting robe and a hat arrived at Lin Ming's side. He respectfully called him, Mr. Lin. Millimeter? You are. Mr. Lin, I am Major Wang Gan of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces. Wang Gan said and formally bowed. Lin Ming's status was soaring, but he was still only a common person, and he was also his junior. Wang Gan was an army major, and he was also several dozen years old. With his status, he didn't have to bow to Lin Ming, but he did so in order to appear as humble as possible. Major Wang Gan of Sky Fortune City's Royal Guard Forces? Lin Ming was slightly surprised, but then he suddenly remembered Wang Yigao. Lin Ming naturally had not forgotten the repeated disputes he had with the frivolous dandy idiot. Wang Yigao was weak and an absolute mess, but he did have the influential background of being from the army major's household, so he had kept trying to suppress Lin Ming at every opportunity. If not for Mui's earlier help, then he might not even have entered the 7 profound martial house. He hadn't thought that this person who appeared would suddenly be Wang Yigao's father. Lin Ming didn't even have the tiniest favorable impression towards this Wang Gan. If he was a good father, then he wouldn't have raised such a horrible son. Lin Ming did not believe that Wang Gan didn't know of Wang Yigao's abusive actions. If one was poor, then they would even be killed in jail by Wang Yigao. This Wang Gan probably pretended that he never saw such things. Thinking this, Lin Ming's expression darkened. He said, I know you. In the past I personally experienced how cruel your son's methods are. The reason you came today is about your son's matters. As they say, if a son is not taught well, it is the father's fault. Does Mr. Wang not know how domineering and vicious the actions of his son usually are? Lin Ming's tone was bad. He reprimanded with a clear meaning. Wang Gan can come prepared to offer any sacrifice today, but being rebuked by Lin Ming in such a manner made him want to hang his head in shame. After all, he was an old man, and Lin Ming was still just a child. But he could only nod his head in agreement and said, Mr. Lin is right. I've already punished that evil and vicious child to half a year in confinement. I have also handed down the family discipline upon him, and now that little evil boy is. That's enough, you don't need to go any further. Lin Ming had already correctly guessed what Wang Gan had come here today for. You came today because you want me to forgive this matter. Lin Ming and Wang Gan weren't loud, but there were many masters present, and they were able to clearly hear them speaking. Wang Gan's tone was incomparably depressed. He had completely lost all of his face. Wang Gan lowered his voice and said, Mr. Lin, I have already been made aware of the actions that my evil and useless child had done to hinder Mr. Lin. The incident at the martial house entrance examination was wholly at Zhu Yang's instigation. About the sins of that evil boy, I am the clearest. As for the 2 previous matters, I have already hit that evil boy bad enough that he cannot get out of bed for several months. Mr. Lin is a dragon among humans. My evil child is just pathetic trash. Dragons do not live with snakes and tigers do not fight with dogs. It's not worth Mr. Lin's time to waste any effort over that useless playboy. If Mr. Lin is still unbearably angry, then I shall hand that evil child over to Mr. Lin's judgment. Whether you beat him to death or until he is crippled is all up to Mr. Lin's mood. Also, I have prepared a small gift of 60 true essence stones. I hope that Mr. Lin will accept them." As Wang Gan said this, Lin Ming couldn't help but acknowledge him. This sort of government official was like a slippery snake that had his own effective methods. He held his own, and then made a final concession. And it was a large gift of 60 true essence stones. Lin Ming also believed that if he kept pressing, Wang Gan would absolutely hand over his son to him to let him punish at his own discretion. But for this kind of person, if he was pushed into a corner, it would only serve to create an enemy. There was not the slightest advantage. Also, he never had plans to kill or maim Wang Yigao to begin with. For 60 true essence stones, Lin Ming didn't mind forgetting this matter. Good, I'm not too sentimental about this. I will take the true essence stones and consider this matter written off. Lin Ming was direct, but these words let Wang Gan feel a little surprised. He certainly knew what sort of value 60 true essence stones held towards martial artists. To collect so many true essence stones, he had paid a high price. But normally martial artists, especially talents like Lin Ming, were often haughty and distant in their manner. Even if they wanted the true essence stones, they would insincerely reject it, before finally begrudgingly accepting it. But Lin Ming was actually very direct in his manner. Although this was only a small detail, it actually made Wang Gan feel much more relieved, as he had a new understanding of Lin Ming. They say that this Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was purer and stronger than others. Today I saw that Lin Ming acted casually and not overbearingly. He was not hypocritical, he did not humiliate. He did not have arrogance or an overly proud heart. He is understanding and his conscience is clear. He is very suitable to cultivate martial arts. After Wang Gan expressed his gratitude towards Lin Ming, he looked him deep in the eye, bid his farewells and left. He boarded his carriage and quietly rushed towards the palace of the Cloud Prince. He understood that within a few quarter hours, the name list of everyone who attended the banquet would be at the Cloud Prince's table. Wang Gan was a centrist. Since he attended to banquet today, he had to visit the Cloud Prince and offer a clear explanation for why he did so, otherwise in the future he would very possibly be regarded as a dissident. That would be greatly unfavorable towards him. At the same time as he explained, Wang Gan would also have to distance the responsibility from his own son. He would point towards the matter that happened at the beginning of fall and say that it was instigated by Zhu Yang, and say that his good-for-nothing son was only used as a proxy. Note, about Lin Ming's time limit to reach the peak of altering muscle, it wasn't very clear in the rules due to annoying Chinese phrasing. It basically says that he has to reach it before the age of 17, but the way it's worded is something equivalent to him having to reach it during 16. He has a few months left until his 16, then the time limit for fighting Ling Sen is while he is 16, but before 17, which is the time limit. Sorry about that confusion. Chapter 112 Crazy Zhu Yang. Chapter 112 Crazy Zhu Yang. Chapter 112 Crazy Zhu Yang. In order to avoid the eyes and ears of the Crown Prince, Wang Gan circled around the Cloud Prince's palace a few times. He had wrapped himself in a cloak and entered the palace through the back door. Like this, he had come to the Cloud Prince to especially explain why he had been at the Crown Prince's banquet, and also to report on the evil doings of Zhu Yang. The 10th Prince probably wouldn't like to hear about Zhu Yang, but Wang Gan had his own spin to add to the story. He did not directly explain why he went to the Crown Prince's palace and attended his banquet. Instead, he began by borrowing the 10th Prince's status in the army, and reporting to him about military affairs. He recommended to the 10th Prince a brave father and son pair that had performed many meritorious military services. From this, he went back and forth on the greatness of such a father and son pairing, and then woefully sighed to himself about how his own household had suffered such misfortune and raised such a useless child. He then slowly edged in the matter of several months ago, where his good-for-nothing evil child had provoked Lin Ming, and then accidentally dropped Zhu Yang's name. How could the Cloud Prince not know the meaning behind Wang Gan's story? When he heard Wang Gan mention Zhu Yang time and time again, the 10th prince's expression fell. He hadn't known that Lin Ming and Wang Gan's son had such a conflict on the day of the entrance examination, and that the instigator of this accident was Zhu Yang. Major Wang, you've worked hard today. Please head back to rest as soon as possible. The Cloud Prince said with a blank expression. Yes, then I will excuse myself. Wang Gan's goal had already been achieved. Although the position he had in Sky Fortune City's government was not too big or too small, it was actually a very sensitive and important middle-level commanding role. Wang Gan had to be constantly cautious in order to preserve his own head, and he had done that very well. Sky Fortune City, Zhu family branch. Zhu Yang was wearing white pants. His hair was disheveled as he lay down on the bed. He had a dejected look as he peered outside the window. His eyes passed through the layered windows of the complex as he stared at the brilliantly illuminated palace of the Crown Prince. He knew that today the Crown Prince was holding a grand banquet at his palace, and the star of that party was Lin Ming. Thinking of Lin Ming, Zhu Yang clenched the bedsheets. The fine and expensive bedsheets were torn apart in Zhu Yang's grip. In that fight several days ago, he had seriously injured himself. The Red Lotus Purgatory was a martial skill that he hadn't been able to fully utilize yet. In doing so, he had overdrawn the true essence in his body and damaged his meridians. Zhu Yang's cultivation was insufficient, and he had barely used it. In addition to the enormous load on his body, he had been pushed back by Lin Ming's spear. The result was an even more severe injury on Zhu Yang. The wounds of the flesh were easy to cure with good medicines and pills, but damage to the meridians was very hard to recover from. This kind of wound would become a major hindrance when he was breaking through to the pulse condensation period. Damn it! Peng! The velvet pillow under Zhu Yang suddenly exploded. The countless snow-white feathers fluttered around the room like snowflakes in winter. Ah! Lan Yunyu jumped in fear as she covered her mouth. Zhu Yang was moody, and this caused her to feel not even the least bit of security. One moment he was quiet, and the next moment he would be filled with anger like a raging beast. Lan Yunyu's scream caused Zhu Yang to suddenly look at Lan Yunyu. As soon as Zhu Yang's eyes fell on her, Lan Yunyu's breath caught in her chest. The look Zhu Yang gave her made her feel as if she was being submerged in an icy bath. She thought that Zhu Yang might even kill her now. There was a pause before Zhu Yang suddenly asked, "Do you regret?" What regrets?" Lan Yunyu panicked. She took a deep breath, and tried to sound as calm as possible. "You know what I'm talking about." Lin Ming's present achievements were already several times more dazzling than Zhu Yang. Without a doubt, his achievements in the future would far outstrip Zhu Yang. Zhu Yang believed that with Lan Yunyu's pragmatic heart, she would inevitably regret to the extreme. The Crown Prince is hosting the grandest of banquets. He is there. If you regret, then you may go there and look for him. That sort of banquet, there are all sorts of celebrities and famous, influential figures. The aristocratic young ladies there wear magnificent and expensive attire, and their manners and poise are elegant. Isn't that what you've always wanted? You may go now. Zhu Yang's calm voice brought an icy chill with it. It caused Lan Yunyu to feel fearful and apprehensive. She knew that today, Zhu Yang was walking on the edge of a cliff. If she really did say she regretted, she did not know what he would do in his rage. Lan Yunyu was on pins and needles. She clenched her lips and said, "I no longer have any qualifications to regret anything anymore." Zhu Yang evilly smiled, and revealed the corners of his teeth. "You are very honest. At least you weren't hypocritical and said you didn't regret. Good. You truly do not have the qualifications to regret. Such being the case, take off your clothes." "What?" Lan Yunyu subconsciously grabbed her own collar in surprise. "Zhu Yang, we are not married." "Marriage?" "Lan Yunyu, you do not understand your position and identity. Do you think that you are a princess? The reason I have not made an advance on you is because I respected you. But you must at least have the qualifications that are worth me respecting. Have you ever had me for even a moment in your heart? Now prove it to me. Take off your clothes." "Zhu Yang, you," Lan Yunyu felt an impending sense of alarm and subconsciously leaned towards the door. Before this, Zhu Yang's disposition had already been dark, with a sense of high-risk danger. But the truth was that Zhu Yang had never made a move on Lan Yunyu. In fact, most of the time he had been the very image of a gentleman's gentleman. But today Lan Yunyu did not doubt that Zhu Yang would rape her. Because of his failures and frustration from his defeat in the match, as well as his future setbacks, he had already become similar to a wild, angry beast. Zhu Yang saw Lan Yunyu's petty actions and his voice lowered in anger. Although I am injured, I am more than enough to deal with you. I advise you not to move towards the entrance. If you take another step towards the door, I don't mind personally moving. Zhu Yang, Lan Yunyu bit her lip. Tears had already begun to form at the corners of her eyes. She grabbed the collar of her clothes, and her knuckles already turned white from the excessive gripping. Her voice trembled as she said, "You lost to Lin Ming in the match, and you think that by abusing a woman that Lin Ming had liked, you will be able to retaliate and vent your anger against her. Is this your heart of martial arts? Zhu Yang, why must you use this method to psychologically comfort yourself? Does this make you feel better? What did you say?" Zhu Yang's face had completely sunk. Every word Lan Yunyu said had punished his heart and poked his sore spot. The reason he wanted to move on Lan Yunyu today was exactly because of this repression that he could vent or retaliate against. He hated everything about Lin Ming. He urgently needed to find somewhere, anywhere, where he could be just a tiny bit better than Lin Ming. He would take complete possession of the woman Lin Ming used to like, in order to rid his heart of its demons. But his thoughts had been bluntly revealed by Lan Yunyu. To look for a sense of superiority in a woman's body, this made Zhu Yang feel extremely pitiful. Therefore, he became angry out of his shame. He revolved his true essence, and was about to pounce on her. But at this moment, a voice sounded behind the door. The old servant's voice resounded from outside, "Young master, the 10th prince has come." Millimeter? Zhu Yang frowned. The true essence that he had begun to circulate gradually calmed down. Lan Yunyu was strained to her limit. Her body was up against the wall, and she slowly slid down against the floor. Her back was covered in nervous sweat. In this past month, the name of the 10th prince had been her nightmare. At that time, with just a few words, he had almost caused Zhu Yang to renounce their engagement and divorce her. But now, hearing the 10th prince's arrival, it actually made her feel incomparably relieved. Zhu Yang rose up and began to dress himself silently. To see the 10th prince, he would naturally neatly dress himself and greet him in the hall. Only someone whose wound was too heavy or was terminally ill would meet in their bedroom. However, as Zhu Yang was putting on clothes, there was the sound of disorderly footsteps outside. The door opened, and the 10th prince stood at the entrance. He had a few followers with him, and his face was calm, showing neither joy nor anger. "Greetings, Your Highness." Zhu Yang bowed. Lan Yunyu also stood and bowed, before she moved back to a corner of the room. According to customs, when an official bowed to the prince would dispense with the ceremony with a show of words. However, the 10th prince had not said anything, and Zhu Yang had bowed. "You know Wang Yigao?" the 10th prince suddenly asked. This question made Lan Yunyu feel completely senseless. Zhu Yang immediately understood that the 10th prince was referring to the matter that happened at the beginning of fall. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 10th prince to mention such an unimportant person like Wang Yigao so suddenly. Because Lin Ming had become famous, Wang Yigao had been held accountable and confessed to his father, which was then passed to the ears of the 10th prince. Yes, Zhu Yang admitted. He knew that the reason Lin Ming favored the crown prince might be because of this matter. He had not mentioned it at his own initiative, but now it was known by the 10th prince. Very good. Now I know why it was so easy for my third elder brother to win over Lin Ming. You might not have known, but the one who had rescued Lin Ming from Wang Yigao was my third elder brother. This is simply icing on the cake. How much more timely could that help have been? You have been under my command for 2 years already, and you still have not even had half a minute of merit, and yet you already have given third elder brother such a great present. You may know that the 7 Profound Valleys has already started Lin Ming on the core disciple test tonight. As long as he passes, then he will be a core disciple. Zhu Yang's heart maliciously twitched. Core disciple. This was unthinkable. In the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, only Qin Xingxuan was a locally born core disciple. As for the others, they were children of the mystical martial arts families. Zhu Yang, do you know what the value of a martial house core disciple is to me and my third elder brother? The 10th prince expression was a bit grim. A core disciple of the martial house would enter the 7 Profound Valleys in the future. Afterwards, they would either stay at the 7 Profound Valleys, or be sent back. In the second case, they would be appointed as either the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial Housemaster, or as a 7 Profound Envoy. If Lin Ming stayed at the 7 Profound Valleys, that would be alright. But if he was sent back to become the Martial Housemaster or a 7 Profound Envoy, then that was extraordinary. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was a vassal state to the 7 Profound Valleys and under their jurisdiction. The Martial Housemaster and the 7 Profound Envoy had a status that surpassed even the Emperor. If Lin Ming was appointed as the Martial Housemaster or as a 7 Profound Envoy and publicly supported the Crown Prince, then there was no hope for him to ascend the throne, and if he failed to ascend the throne, then the price would possibly be his life. Zhu Yang clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into the meat of his palm. Core disciple. How was this even possible? If Lin Ming someday became the Martial Housemaster of the 7 Profound Martial House, or a 7 Profound Envoy, then to kill him would be as simple as crushing an ant. Thinking of this, he felt as if he were sinking in a bottomless well of despair. This enmity, could it ever be fixed? Lan Yunyu was slumped up against a wall, and her face had lost all of its color. Core disciple. Lin Ming, he wanted to become a core disciple. In the future he would be the 7 Profound Martial House's Martial Housemaster, or he might be a 7 Profound Envoy. To her, this kind of existence was nothing but simply fanciful legends, it was simply too remote an idea for her. At this moment, the 10th prince also noticed Lan Yunyu. He had thought that Lan Yunyu was a maidservant, but after noticing the fine clothes Lan Yunyu was wearing, he realized he had been mistaken. You are Lan Yunyu? Chapter 113 The 10th Prince's Decision. Chapter 113 The 10th Prince's Decision. Chapter 113 The 10th Prince's Decision. At this moment, the 10th prince noticed Lan Yunyu. He had thought that Lan Yunyu was a maidservant, but after noting the fine clothes Lan Yunyu was wearing, he realized that he had been mistaken. You are Lan Yunyu? Lan Yunyu regained her composure and bowed to the 10th prince. Lan Yunyu greets His Highness the Cloud Prince. The 10th prince looked up and down at Lan Yunyu. He sneered derisively and said, "Good. What a charmingly pitiful and pathetic appearance. No wonder Lin Ming was so utterly crazy for you. It's such a pity. If you were still friends with Lin Ming, then I might have been able to find you some value in you. But now, looking at you only makes me sick to my stomach." The 10th prince spoke mercilessly, disregarding her feelings. Lan Yunyu paled. How could a girl withstand such cruel words being said to her? Leave. The 10th prince dismissed Lan Yunyu with a wave of his hand. Lan Yunyu bit her lip as she fought back the tears that were pooling in her eyes. She bowed, and excused herself. As Lan Yunyu walked out, the 10th prince stepped back. Finally, the only ones left in the room were the 10th prince and Zhu Yang. The 10th prince glared at Zhu Yang, and coldly said, "Do you want revenge?" Zhu Yang remained silent. However, the blood that dripped to the ground from the nails that dug into his fist had already answered the 10th prince. Very good. You should know that Lin Ming will soon become a core disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. You also know what sort of status the 7 Profound Martial House has in Sky Fortune Kingdom. There is only the slimmest chance that you will have an opportunity to avenge yourself. But no matter how uncertain your chances, there will still be opportunities. It's impossible for Lin Ming to stay at the 7 Profound Martial House forever. As long as he comes out from there, then there will be a chance to assassinate him. Your strength is insufficient. You will look for a suitable powerhouse that can handle him. I will secretly provide you with money and treasure. As long as the reward is enough, there will always be some wandering powerhouses who will be tempted. These wandering masters are never in the same location, and it is difficult to find out who they are, even for the 7 profound valleys. But, from an outsider's view, I will sever all contact with you, and the Zhu family will expel you from the family. Zhu Yang, I hope you can understand my reasoning. The Zhu family has already been bound to me. I must inherit the throne, otherwise, not only I, but the entire Zhu family will suffer complete and utter annihilation. Zhu Yang's heart pumped fiercely. To distance himself from the 10th prince and even be expelled from the family. He knew why the 10th prince did what he did. Assassinating Lin Ming carried too high a risk. Once it was found out by the 7 profound martial house, then the 10th prince and the Zhu family would be finished. Therefore he had cut off all relations. Like this, even if the assassination of Lin Ming failed and became known to the 7 profound martial house, it would have nothing to do with the 10th prince and the Zhu family. What the 10th prince and the Zhu family would do was to show goodwill towards Lin Ming on the surface, while plotting against him. To outsiders, such a ruthless move would simply seem like the 10th prince and the Zhu family were making concessions towards Lin Ming. In order to show goodwill towards Lin Ming, a brave soldier had to take the fall, so that Lin Ming would not take the 10th prince as his enemy. It could even be that the 10th prince would manage to win Lin Ming over from the crown prince's side, or at least make it so that Lin Ming was not so heavily invested in the crown prince. A two-pronged approach. This was the best plan. However, his own political future would be ruined. He would lose his family, lose his power, lose everything he had, and become a wandering avenger with nothing left to lose. Once he failed, the price would be his life. But he didn't have the power to make a choice. The family would not hesitate to sacrifice their son in exchange for their own benefit. Zhu Yang, it's already come to this point, there's no turning back. This is the only way. I cannot just give up and admit defeat because of a single Lin Ming. I have to continue fighting, and the Zhu family has to preserve itself. But Lin Ming is just too terrible. If he becomes a 7 profound envoy or the martial housemaster, then I have not even a smidgen of hope. I must either win Lin Ming over, or remove him from the equation. About your matter, I have already talked to Mother and she has agreed. Either tomorrow or tonight, you will go on your journey and arrange an assassination plan. I hope that you do not disappoint me again. If you succeed and don't leave behind any hints that you were involved, then after I mount the throne and the situation has stabilized, then I will give you what you want. Give me what I want. Zhu Yang sneered in his heart. Indeed, at that time you will silence me so that you can rid yourself of a witness to your crimes. Even trusted subordinates would be eliminated once they outlived their usefulness, or be cast aside when they were no longer needed. Much less, the 10th prince's natural disposition was to be overly suspicious and believe nobody. How could he tolerate such a danger by his side? Would he ever have peace eating or sleeping? Assassinate a core disciple of the 7 profound martial house? This accusation alone was enough to have the 7 profound valleys sentence the 10th prince to death. If I fail, I will die. If I succeed, I will die. You deprive me of my wealth, destroy my future, and also want to take my life. Yang Zhen, you are too ruthless. And my dear, sweet aunt, you also participated in this idea. To help your son struggle for the throne, you have used such a cruel method on your nephew. Good. Very good. My Zhu Yang's fate, I will take in my own hands. Zhu Yang's eyes flashed with a cold brightness. At this moment he vowed that all those people who had worked against him or offended him would all be killed. I want strength. I want limitless strength. Strength to kill Lin Ming, strength to kill Yang Zhen, to dominate everything and control the life and death of all. Peng. The 10th prince opened the door and left the Zhu family branch complex with his guards. Lan Yunyu sat in the hall and watched as the 10th prince walked away, feeling helpless and lost. Zhu Yang's bedroom door was slightly ajar, leaving a small crack open like the jaws of some wild beast lying sideways. Lan Yunyu could not muster up the courage to step into that room, but she was also unable to leave. She could only stand in that empty and vacant hall, waiting. After a quarter hour passed, Zhu Yang finally emerged from the room. Lan Yunyu reflexively stood up. Zhu Yang turned around and casually flung a light piece of paper towards Lan Yunyu. Lan Yunyu subconsciously glanced at it. She had been expecting this. It was the contract paper they had signed when they had become engaged to each other. Tear it! Zhu Yang exclaimed. What the? I'm sorry. Lan Yunyu's hands froze. Our engagement is dissolved. From this point on, I am expelled from the Zhu family. Expelled? Lan Yunyu was completely shocked. How could this be? Zhu Yang said, when you and I were engaged, the only reason you did so was because of my status, power, influence, and money. Now, I no longer have these things. There is no longer a reason for you to stay with me. This engagement contract is now nothing more than a joke. After Zhu Yang said this, he flicked his finger and the contract in Lan Yunyu's hand was torn into fragments by true essence. At that moment, Lan Yunyu's mind blanked. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it was a shameful matter for a girl to become divorced after she was engaged. It would be difficult to remarry again. When wealthy people looked for a wife, they would never settle for such women. If they did, it would only be as a concubine. You can go now. Zhu Yang had completely calmed down. He turned and walked away, not giving Lan Yunyu even a last parting look. His heart was only filled with immeasurable hatred. The Zhu Yang of the past had died in that bedroom. How could he possibly have the thought to consider Lan Yunyu's feelings? As Lan Yunyu stepped out of the Zhu family branch complex, she wandered onto the street in a daze. It was over. Zhu Yang and her were completely over. She suddenly discovered that she did not feel the sadness and gloomy misery of a young girl that was left by herself. Instead, she felt a kind of peaceful solace as she let out a sigh. Along with that torn engagement paper, those incomparably depressing and weary days had ended. The late autumn night wind was thick with moisture, and it was chilly as it blew on the body. Sky Fortune City's nightlife was as vivid as ever, as happy and buoyant sounds filled the air. Among the wanton and luxurious brothels, the vivid red lanterns hanging high in the air, and the dim lights, Lan Yunyu could hear the sounds of women chatting away. Looking at the noisy world around her, Lan Yunyu suddenly smiled. It was a bittersweet smile, filled with relief. She remembered her childhood, when she and Lin Ming would play with bamboo dragonflies on the moist spring grass. She remembered when they would go out in the rain to pick the small wildflowers together, or step across the slippery stones of a creek and dip their toes into the cool spring. Little fish would come up and nibble on their toes, giving them an itchy feeling. Because Lin Ming grew up in a restaurant, he knew how to prepare a delicious meal in a short time. He would catch a pheasant, pick some wild herbs and wild fruits, and bring his own clay pots to cook a variety of tasty foods. One time when she was sick, he ran several miles in the pouring rain to grab some clear mountain spring water so that he could boil her some nutritious medicinal porridge. However, she could no longer go back to those days. Before she had realized it, tears were already streaming down her face. She regretted. But what she regretted was not that Lin Ming had become Sky Fortune Kingdom's most dazzling superstar, or that she missed her chance to become the wife of the next state marshal or the 7 profound envoy. No, what she regretted was that she had discarded that simple, pure happiness for nothing but useless luxury and empty vanity. She walked aimlessly. Her frail and attractive body was wrapped in a simple blue long dress. Under the shining red lights of the lanterns, she was covered by a misty and lonely shadow. She was like a desolate blue butterfly that flew in the cold autumn wind. She did not want to return to the 7 profound martial house. With her talent, she had already lost the support of precious herbs and medicines. In her life, she could no longer achieve a high martial arts cultivation. She did not want to return to Green Mulberry City. She did not have the face to go back. She did not know how to face her own parents or how to face her neighbors. Most importantly, she did not want to see Lin Ming again. She did not want to bid him farewell. Lin Ming was sitting in a carriage drawn by snow dragon horses. He was completely ignorant to how Zhu Yang and Lan Yunyu's destinies had changed, and how Zhu Yang was completely filled with hatred towards him. He knew that Zhu Yang's enmity towards him had not been resolved. He also guessed correctly that Zhu Yang would wait for an opportunity to retaliate against him in the future. However, he could not kill Zhu Yang. For better or for worse, Zhu Yang was also an official disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House. To kill him would be challenging the authority of the martial house. "Mr. Lin, please get off," a servant of the Crown Prince respectfully said as the carriage stopped. Lin Ming drew back the carriage curtains. He thought that he would meet with the Crown Prince in his palace study. He hadn't thought that they would have left Sky Fortune City and arrived at the base of Ju Mountain. This location actually wasn't too far from the Seven Profound Martial House. As Lin Ming debarked from the carriage, he saw that they had actually stopped in front of a mansion. The mansion was not luxurious, but the inside was very elegant in its construction. There were small bridges that hung over flowing streams and winding rock corridors. It didn't look much like a mansion, it was more reminiscent of a garden. "Haha, Brother Lin, do you like this place?" Millimeter. Lin Ming slightly hesitated. He already had a dim guess of what Yang Lin wanted to do, and that was to give this residency to him. If he received this residency, then he would become a person of the Crown Prince. Chapter 114 Yang Lin's Gift. Chapter 114 Yang Lin's Gift. Chapter 114 Yang Lin's Gift. Lin Ming had no interest or reason to be involved with the struggle for the royal throne. However, the Crown Prince and Mui had shown graciousness towards him. If not for the Crown Prince sending a sound transmitting talisman to help him on the day of the Seven Profound Martial House's entrance examination, then Lin Ming would not have been able to participate. Not only that, but he would have been miserably put in jail and even disabled. Lin Ming was a considerate person who returned good deeds and favors that others did for him. Being selfish and ungrateful was not part of his nature. If he ever did such a thing, then that would be a true betrayal of his heart. He frankly asked, "Your Highness, how can I help you?" Yang Lin did not expect Lin Ming to get straight to the point. It was quite refreshing. He smiled and said, "Brother Lin, you are a straightforward person who speaks his mind. Then I will also be blunt. Right now in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, it is time for a new person to inherit the throne. There are two possible candidates that can do so, me and my 10th younger brother. I was pushed into the position of Crown Prince. As such, now that I've ridden the tiger, I can no longer back down. Now, my Queen Mother's life, and my younger sister's life are already linked with mine. I have to fully commit myself to this throne struggle, whether or not I ever wanted to. I know that Brother Lin is a martial artist who detests political intrigue, but Brother Lin need not worry. If Brother Lin is willing to help me, then I will not have Brother Lin do anything. All I need is Brother Lin's support. With Brother Lin's status as a core disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House, it will already be of great benefit to me. If I must step back 10,000 steps and say it, even if I lose the struggle for the throne, my 10th younger brother would still never dare to touch Brother Lin." Lin Ming responded, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, I am afraid that you've misunderstood. I do not fear the 10th Prince's retaliation, nor do I fear any assassination attempts. It is just that I might not stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom in the future." "Oh, I see." Yang Lin sighed in his heart. Lin Ming really did have lofty ambitions. He was similar to Qin Xingxuan. A small country like the Sky Fortune Kingdom could not accommodate him. Lin Ming said, "Your Highness, but I can guarantee that unless that I am too far from the Sky Fortune Kingdom, if I hear news of the struggle for the throne, then I will hurry back as soon as possible and lend Your Highness a helping hand." Yang Lin happily said, "I'm very grateful towards Brother Lin." Yang Lin brought Lin Ming to take a tour of the residency, which was in fact a manor. The manor also had an attachment of hundreds of acres of farmland. There were droves of livestock, poultry, and massive ponds for fish and shrimp. Inside the manor were male servants, guards, maids. All of the expenses of the manor were self-sufficient, and there was even a surplus. In the bedroom of the manor were some money and valuables. There was a sandalwood box on the table. There were rows of true essence stones neatly lined within. These true essence stones were pure in color, and were obviously of superior quality. There were more than 100 of them. Even if Lin Ming were to cultivate daily with these, this number of these true essence stones would be sufficient to last him half a year. The pure color of the true essence stones implied that the amount of true essence within was many times more than an ordinary one. This gift, it was quite generous. In the box that held so many true essence stones, Lin Ming also discovered a plain ring. The ring looked like it was made of aged bronze, but it exuded a faint hint of true essence fluctuations. Millimeter? This is. Lin Ming's eyes locked onto the ring. He sent his soul force out to see what was so unusual about it. Yang Lin smiled and said, "Brother Lin has good eyes. This is a low-grade human step spatial ring. It is a gift from my teacher, Mr. Mui, to his little brother Lin." Spatial ring? Lin Ming's mind blanked. He had heard of this kind of ring before. There was a small pocket dimension inside, and it could be used to store many things. It was also said to be unstable. The truth was that after several hundred years, the space inside would collapse upon itself, and the items inside would also be destroyed. A spatial ring, according to its size and the degree of its stability, could be divided into many different grades. Although this spatial ring was only a low-grade human step treasure, its true value was as good as a medium-grade human step treasure. This was because it was far too difficult to create a spatial ring. It was easier said than done for a martial artist to crack open a fissure in space. Even if it was only a small, unstable space that lasted a few hundred years, it would not be easy. Those spatial rings that had vast inner spaces and were very stable were inestimable in value. Mr. Mui gave this to me. Millimeter teacher said that the reason he obtained this spatial ring was because of Brother Lin. When Brother Lin had just entered the Seven Profound Martial House, you may not have known, but the Seven Profound Martial House's Elder Shu and Wang Yanfeng's father were old friends, and thus Elder Shu was unsatisfied with you being named the first-place new disciple. Therefore, Mr. Mui made a bet with him. He bet that Brother Lin would enter the heavenly abode before Wang Yanfeng did. Finally, Brother Lin entered the heavenly abode, and Elder Shu lost. This spatial ring was the gambling stake of that bet. So that's what happened. I remember Elder Shu. After I defeated Wang Yanfeng, this Elder Shu came on stage to look for trouble. Yes, that's him. So Brother Lin, please accept this spatial ring. Consider it an apology from Elder Shu. Well, then I will ask Your Highness to thank Mr. Mui for me. Lin Ming hesitated, then received the gift. Since he had already decided to lend the Crown Prince a helping hand, he would no longer be hypocritical in his actions. Not to mention, this spatial ring really was quite handy. Later he could use it to deposit all those piles of inscription technique materials that he had stocked up. Haha, Brother Lin, do not worry. There is also something in the spatial ring. Brother Lin can take it out. As long as you send your soul force through the spatial ring, you will be able to. Oh! Lin Ming did as the Crown Prince had said, and penetrated the spatial ring with his soul force. He could feel something like a piece of clothing inside. As soon as he took it out, he saw that it was a purple gold-colored flexible armor. The flexible armor appeared to be woven from thin metal wires. It was soft to the touch, and above the flexible armor was a scarlet blood symbol. These blood symbols were complicated and mysterious. They shined with a dazzlingly bright light. Lin Ming peered closer and found that the blood symbol had actually seeped into the texture of the metal wires, and had become a part of the flexible armor. These blood characters were obviously written on after the flexible armor was created. To have the strength to force these characters through the metal weave, this bold handwriting style definitely belonged to the master of a master. Yang Lin said, "This flexible armor is named the purple gold flexible armor. By itself it is a medium-grade human step treasure. These blood symbols were drawn by a peak Hutian master who specialized in charms. He had to consume his own blood essence in order to draw this. It is able to weaken true essence attacks." Millimeter? Weaken true essence attacks? Ling Ming was surprised. True essence was a type of energy that naturally circulated inside the body. It could easily penetrate through flexible armor. This flexible armor was unexpectedly capable of weakening true essence attacks and was also a medium-grade human step treasure. Its value could be imagined. Yang Lin said, "Brother Lin is in a very sensitive position now. I fear that you may suffer assassination attempts, so I gift this armor to Brother Lin. Even a normal Hutian master would find it difficult to break through this armor. Well, although I say it's so great, at most this flexible armor can fend off a sneak attack and delay for some time. If facing off against a true Hutian master, I'm afraid that there would be no meaning for Brother Lin to put on this flexible armor. Although a Hutian master could not break through the flexible armor, that didn't mean that Lin Ming could just wear it and challenge anyone he saw. As soon as a Hutian master hit the body with all of their strength, that attack strength would be transmitted through the flexible armor and would be enough to burst all of a person's organs, much less. This flexible armor only weakened true essence attacks and was unable to completely negate them. This flexible armor was priceless. For Yang Lin to give this to him, he must have paid an enormous price. Lin Ming hesitated slightly, and then decided to take it. He really was in a very sensitive position at the moment. This flexible armor could also be considered a lucky talisman. Thank you, Your Highness. Haha, Brother Lin is far too polite. In fact, I want to thank Brother Lin. Whatever I can give, to be honest, my 10th brother can give more, all of which is superior to what I can offer. Yang Lin candidly said. Lin Ming and the Crown Prince walked further inside until they reached another room. This was the master bedroom of the manor. The master bedroom was very luxurious and exquisitely decorated. In the middle of the room was a large mahogany bed more than 10 feet wide. It was enough for 4 to 5 people to comfortably sleep in. At this time, 4 maids had already prepared the bed for Lin Ming. They respectfully stood at the 4 corners of the bed. Of these 4 maids, their ages were around 16 years old, and it was hard to tell which was more beautiful. They had obviously gone through a careful selection process. The maids were usually the daughters of poor people who were sold as children. The most beautiful among them would be selected and sent off to train in how to serve. They were even taught the fine arts. In the future they would be sent to the palaces of the nobility to work. Once a maid was purchased, their body belonged to their master, and their master could use them as they pleased. This was especially true for those personal maids that lived in connection rooms and served the daily tasks of their master. This was equal to being a concubine. This kind of maid was usually responsible for the governance of the house. Besides waiting in their master's bedroom and doing some cleaning, they did not need to do anything else. Their monthly expenses and status were very high, and was a position that the outer maids much admired and envied. Many maids wanted to join in on this. After all, for them, becoming a concubine or even an aunt was the best result. Otherwise, when they were sold out to be married, it would be difficult for them to find anyone decent. That was why most of the time, when a maid heard they would be sold, they would often cry in extreme distress. The 4 maids saw Lin Ming arrive, and their hearts were filled with trepidation. Some of them even had trouble breathing. The butler had already told them who this young man was. He was the most dazzling star of the Sky Fortune Kingdom, who was called a genius of the 7 profound martial house that only came by once every century, and even had the possibility of becoming a core disciple. The butler had already given them strict instructions to serve him tonight in any way possible and that they had to perform everything perfectly and splendidly. If they could give this Sir Lin a good impression, then in this life they might have a chance of transforming from a sparrow to a phoenix. Therefore this evening was very important to them. As a maid, to be able to serve this legendary and handsome young man as a personal maid was the good fortune of their life. The bedding had been neatly spread, and there was not even the slightest crease in the sheets. The furniture and curtains had all been spotlessly cleaned, the incense burner was new and the floor was sparkling bright. Lin Ming saw these 4 fresh and juicy maids. He looked around and saw the fine mahogany furniture, the expensive spice purple gold incense burner, the woven silk sheets, and was unable to restrain a sigh. These were all the comforts and enjoyments of life that riches and fame could bring. Yang Lin said, "Brother Lin, if you are tired, then let's rest here tonight. I will also accompany Brother Lin and stay in the guest room." Lin Ming knew that Yang Lin offered this so that he would feel relieved and rest without fear of assassination. As the current dynasty's crown prince, Yang Ling surely had martial arts masters who served as his royal guard, otherwise the 10th prince would not need to assassinate Lin Ming, he would simply kill the crown prince and be done with it. Lin Ming looked at the four maids that were like little timid white rabbits, and saw the hope and fear that intermingled in their eyes. He shook his head slightly and said to young Lin, "No, I will return to the 7 Profound Martial House." Millimeter? This manner is not to Brother Lin's liking? Not really, Lin Ming said with a faint smile. He continued, "Here, life is too comfortable and luxurious. The quiet and simple days of the 7 Profound Martial House are much more suitable for cultivation." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,